On a quiet desk, a hand lowers a nib onto pale, folded paper. The word Balkan forms in ink, from a Turkish root that means mountains. Behind that name stands a real range in Bulgaria, forested, stony, weathered. German geographer August Zune repeats the word in 1808, sketching a peninsula. His lines overreach the land, yet they stay, inviting questions instead of certainty. To west lies the Adriatic, to south the Ionian and Aegean seas, to east the Black Sea, and in between, valleys, ferries, and old caravan roads. The north is argued, sometimes along the Danube, with Sava and Kupa joining. On this map stand many homes: Albania, Greece, Bulgaria, Serbia, and their neighbours. Even East Thrace appears, the European face of Turkey across narrow waters. No single colour fills the page, only a mosaic of scripts, rites, and kitchens. Listen for old names, or Hemus to Balkan, changing yet pointing at the same ridges. We will follow forgotten hands and objects that shaped borders, prayers, and roads. Before we travel, release your shoulders, soften your jaw, and let the breath lengthen. Hear the pen move slowly, as if it remembered every step to the river. Name the mountain, and we begin. The pottery wheel hums like a low river, steady and almost shy. The room is cool, and the clay holds last night's chill. A shallow bowl of water waits near the spindle and the turntable. Outside, reeds lean with the current and rise again. The river that later maps will call the Danube moves and keeps moving. A potter lowers one palm and lets the clay answer back. The wheel turns, and a bowl begins to think about being itself. You may loosen your shoulders if that feels helpful. Let the jaw be soft and the breath easy. Nothing in this story demands effort from your lungs. There is space for an unhurried inhale and a longer exhale. This first voice belongs to a carver whose name has not survived. He lived along the narrow gorge that later travellers call the Iron Gates. The terraces above the river held hearths, stones, and a pattern of floors. Scholars will give the settlement a name, and they will sketch its plan. They will speak about a place called Lepensky Vir and a memory of order. But tonight, we only sit near a fire circle and watch hands work. A flat slab warms bread on one side and keeps tools on the other. The carver lifts a heavy block that the river rounded and hardened. He studies the face, not as a portrait, but as a practice of care. The figure he shapes is weighty and simple, broad at the base. He will sit by the hearth and keep the story still. Some will call these forms guardians, others call them ritual companions. The carver only knows that stone listens when clay cannot. He brushes dust away with a reed broom and drinks from a cool cup. He has a neighbour who tends nets and dries whitefish on willow racks. They trade stone flakes for skins and barter for woven cord. The carver's floor is swept, and a line of pebbles marks its edge. In the morning he walks down to the water and greets the current. The river is never the same, he says, almost to himself. The words go nowhere because they are meant to rest in the air. Back at the hearth, the figure leans and seems to warm by the flames. The people of these terraces hold a rhythm that resists haste. They shape food from the river and heat from the hearthstones. They carve without a ruler, and yet lines meet and hold. The river sends driftwood and sometimes an antler snagged in roots. Each piece becomes a tool or a shelf or a small charm. The carver keeps a basket of pebbles that ring when struck. He knows which sound belongs near a hearth and which belongs outside. When farmers arrive from lands across the sea strait, fields appear. They bring seeds, sheep, goats, and the idea of staying with soil. The terraces learn new sounds, such as the scratch of an awl on leather. Clay takes on extra work as jars, cups, and cooking pots grow common. Fire is managed for drying vessels and hardening them against water. The carver watches and smiles at clay that now remembers hotter flames. He runs a finger over a rim and feels a future of storage and trade. Our second voice is a potter who also writes without letters. Her home lies on low hills above a river bend that draws traders. In later centuries, the scholars will call the nearby culture Vincha. They will point to clay signs pressed into tablets and small tags. They will speak about symbols as accounting or perhaps sacred marking. The potter does not argue with the scholars she never meets. She simply presses a reed into a wet token before the kiln. Between the carver's hearth and the potter's wheel there is time. The river changes course by inches and leaves oxbow pools. Fishers move camps, and new villages follow the soils that suit grain. The potter inherits clay beds and a borrowed kiln plan. She kneads a lump with the heel of her hand and keeps it even. She knows the temper that keeps a vessel from cracking in heat. Every batch carries a memory of last season's ash and sand. You can soften your face and let the breath lengthen again. If comfortable, feel the weight of both hands settle on your lap. The neck can lengthen a little and then find an easy place to rest. The potter learned from a woman who weighed barley with small stones. Each stone stood for an amount, and a notch recorded the handoff. Over time, the trader asked for something that would travel better. The potter made tokens that fit a thumb and kept a groove. She pressed a simple sign with a reed, the mark of a household. When she baked them in the kiln, the marks held their shape. People began to trust a symbol as much as a spoken promise. Her wheel is a low stand, spun by a careful foot and a still mind. She throws bowls for porridge and taller jars for storage. She scores lids and seats them over rims that seal against air. She incises lines that are patterns, and also a guide for grip. The clay signs matter most when grain must leave the house. She adds a token to the jar's cord and lets the carrier go. Bring this to the market and hand it to the keeper, she whispers. Down the slope, a river track follows gravel and grass. Traders pass with baskets of salt and wool bound in cords. A neighbour keeps bees and sells wax to seal lids on jars. Another neighbour shapes bone pins for hair and for weaving sheds. The village is a map drawn by custom and by slow winter talks. People compare their stores and their plans for next planting. The potter listens and counts while shaping rims with steady thumbs. At dusk the kiln is hot, and the air smells like earth and smoke. She crouches and peers through the stoke hole at orange light. The new batch includes bowls, lids, and a dish for drying herbs. On a shelf sit 3 small tablets with pressed signs and dots. She will not call them writing because speech belongs to wind, but she knows symbols help when memory is tired or out walking. The kiln hums like a small animal, content with its hunger. A child wanders near, fascinated by the wheel that gleams with slip. The potter nods and lets the child wet a finger in the bowl. The fingertip draws a spiral, and the clay takes it without complaint. The water makes it smooth. The child says and looks up. The potter smiles and nods toward the kiln that warms the dusk. The fire will make it strong, she answers in a tone that settles. The child studies the glow and decides to sit and watch. In another season, the potter meets a traveller with a polished axe. He speaks of a coast where graves hold metal shaped like leaves. He calls that coast far and bright and near another inland sea. He has seen beads of gold the colour of ripe straw at harvest. He describes a burial where bracelets rest near the hands of the dead. His voice lowers because bright things make daylight feel thin. The potter listens and thinks about clay, which is bright only when wet. If you wish, release the shoulders once more and breathe out slowly. Notice the steady pace of the sentences as a kind of path. There is no need to hurry past any image or task tonight. The carver's figure by the hearth belongs to the older river world. The potter's tokens and tablet marks belong to the village store. Together they hold the shape of value before coins and tallies. The carver measured worth in time and care given to a stone. The potter measured worth in grain and tokens counted twice. Each practice kept a promise between people and their season. Each tool was a bridge between memory and the things it held. Traders speak more often now of a coast with low dunes and bright graves. They carry salt inland and return with hides, grain, and pottery. One returns with a small disc of metal that reflects the sun. It is pierced at one edge and hangs from a cord at his neck. He says a friend found it near a place of many old bones. He lets the potter hold it, and her hand feels its light weight. She wonders how fire can turn red stone into something that shines. The potter sets the disc beside a small clay tablet with signs. She looks from one to the other and sees 2 forms of memory. The disc does not speak in symbols, but it refuses to be forgotten. The tablet speaks through marks, but it remembers only a count. If a village decides to keep gold as a way to mark debt, the world shifts. The potter asks the traveller if the coast has many such discs. He nods and says the ground glittered when the sun sank low. At the hearth, the carver hears about metal and sets his chisel down. He rubs his wrist and looks at the figure he almost finished. The stone will not shine like the disc, but it will endure smoke. He looks at the river and imagines a line of small, bright objects. He cannot shape metal with his tools or his kiln. He can only press a design into a damp surface and let it dry. The hearth breathes and sends soft heat toward the figure's heavy base. Villages along the river share stories as winter brings people indoors. They speak of distant graves with bracelets and rings and thin sheets. They imagine leaders marked by the new glow and by old rites. No one agrees about what the glow means in terms of power. Some say it marks a long line of family and their land rights. Others say it convinces strangers of a promise kept at a distance. The potter listens and decides to make more tokens than last year. You can allow another easy exhale and a slow return of air. The breath does not have to be deep, only comfortable and kind. Let the sound of the river in your mind drift a little farther away. Streams carry silt that makes fine clay where the bank bends. The potter tests the mud by rolling a thin rope on her palm. If it holds shape without cracking, it will serve a good jar. She knows which pit yields clay that resists the kiln's changes. She adds straw, sand to loosen the mass and then begins. Her thumb and forefinger pinch a ridge inside to save weight. The wheel gives her rhythm, and the clay finds its new centre. Near the hearth, the carver chooses a different stone from the pile. He taps and listens for a note that promises clean flaking. He works with patience that comes from winters spent beside fire. The figure's face remains vague because it's not a portrait. It is a presence that tells the hearth it has company tonight. When he finishes the sides, he smooths the base with water. The stone drinks and shows a darker skin that will dry by morning. A trader asks the potter for marked lids to seal a shipment of grain. He wants each lid to carry the household sign and a number. The potter uses a reed to press the sign she uses for her home. Then she presses dots in lines and checks the count twice. She rubs a little slip to even the surface and sets them aside. These will match the tokens on the cords, she tells the trader. Show both to the keeper and take a careful receipt. The village keeper sits with a small basket of signed clay. He sorts tokens by symbol and stacks them in neat lines. When a jar arrives, he ties the cord through the token hole. He records the handoff by placing a matching tablet on a shelf. The room smells like clay, straw, and the last fire of the day. The potter stops by and nods to the keeper as she passes. She delivers 2 shallow dishes ordered by the midwife. If it helps, you can relax the forehead and breathe out a little longer. No thought requires gripping right now, and no image asks you to rush. The river keeps its pace whether you follow it or not. On a warm late spring morning, a visitor arrives with a story. He's been along the coast where bright graves lie near the sand. He has seen necklaces of small gold plates resting on the chest. He has counted bracelets near wrists and rings near the fingers. He has no numbers to offer, only memory of too much shine. He says the ground looked like grain at harvest, but yellow and still. The potter sets a bowl on the wheel and listens without moving. She imagines her tokens beside the bracelets and plates. Both kinds of object manage value, but they speak different ways. A tablet with signs stands for barley or sheep to be delivered. A necklace speaks of a person and their place among others. If a village chooses the necklace voice, trade may change shape. If it chooses the tablet voice, trade may become more regular. The potter looks at the bowl forming under her hands and inhales. She tells herself the bowl will hold porridge, not metal. It will serve a morning meal and cool in the shade after washing. It will break one day and return to the dust near the path. The bracelets will survive longer and pass through many hands. One way of memory binds people to the cycle of food and clay. Another binds people to the cycle of display and burial. Both will find their place along rivers and coasts and inland plains. At the hearth, the carver finishes a figure and begins another. He has heard rumours that metal can be hammered thin like bark. He imagines wrapping a thin sheet around a carved face to shine. He also imagines the sheet crumpling and losing its calm. The stone, at least, keeps its quiet shape when the fire sighs. He sharpens a flake and smooths the shoulder of the new figure. He tells the hearth, "I will stay with stone for now. You may take another brief moment for the breath. Allow the chest to soften and the shoulders to drop a few millimetres. Let the mind rest beside the wheel's steady turn and the river's sound." The village grows by a few houses each year and then rests. Fields extend until the soil asks for a fallow season. People move their fences a little and help each other carry poles. The potter helps dig a new kiln near a willow stand. The keeper builds a shelf with thicker planks for more tablets. Children learn which marks stand for which household signs. They also learn which path leads to the river and which to the clay pits. At night, elders share older stories that reach back to the gorge. They speak of the terraces and the stone floors by the river. They describe figures that kept company with hearths in winter. The potter listens and sees the link between stone and clay. One endured in place while the other travelled in baskets. One watched the coals while the other followed grain and oil. Together they tell a map of care that stretches along water. The traveller returns at midsummer with news of another coast. He says the graves he saw sit near a city of fishermen and farmers. He says the gold there seems older than stories can say. He holds up a small bead that glows even in shade. It is smooth from handling and bored through with patience. He lets the potter touch it and wait for the metal to warm. It feels unlike anything she's fired in her kiln. She wonders whether people on that coast marked clay before gold. Perhaps they did, and the marks now sleep under sand with bones. Perhaps gold came first and told people they could store light. Either path suggests a choice the river villagers will face. Keep counting with clay or invite metal into the home and market. She places the bead back in his palm and nods toward the road. He closes his hand and promises to return before the first frosts. Another evening settles over the village, and the wheel slows. The potter sets a damp cloth over remaining clay to keep it tender. She stretches her wrists and wipes a smear from her forearm. A faint sound of water comes through the door like a calm bell. On the table lie 3 tablets and a small token with a groove. They will go out tomorrow with jars headed for a storage room. The keeper will sort them and make a neat row on the shelf, for you can follow one more long exhale and then a gentle inhale. If it feels pleasant, let the tongue rest softly on the roof of the mouth. The spine can find its own alignment without instruction or strain. In the distance, beyond the river bend and the marsh, lies a coast. Graves there hold bracelets, rings, and plates shaped like leaves. The place will one day be famous for a trove of old gold. People will say those ornaments are among the oldest known. They will argue about what the gold meant to the living and the dead. They will draw lines from that coast to inland rivers and back. They will tell students that trade moved ideas as well as objects. For now, the carver sits quietly with 2 finished figures by the fire. He watches the flames and the way light touches the stone. He thinks about a metal plate pressed thin against a wooden form. He knows he'll never do that, but the idea lingers kindly. He places both figures near the hearth and sweeps the floor. He looks toward the door as if the river might look back. He hears its old sound of water against stone in the narrow gorge. The potter steps outside and lets the evening air cool her face. Fireflies blink among the reeds at the edge of the water. Ducks laugh and settle further downstream in the dark. She thinks about tomorrow's deliveries and the keeper's shelves. She thinks about symbols that stand like small companions on clay. She also thinks about bracelets buried with careful hands in sand. The wheel cools, the kiln sighs, and the river keeps its own time. A neighbour passes and nods toward the door with a small smile. "Good firing?" he asks, already knowing the answer from the scent. "Even heat," she says, and the words feel like a blessing. He raises an empty basket and gestures toward the track. "Road is dry. No ruts," he adds, and turns toward his gate. The potter looks at her palms and sees a thin layer of slip. The line of her life runs from clay to water and back again. If you like, you can unclasp the hands and rest them loosely. Breathe in gently and out a touch longer than you did before. Sleep is welcome when it arrives, and wakefulness is welcome too. Somewhere beyond the marsh, a different sound waits in the future. It belongs to a hammer that taps on metal over a wooden form. It belongs to a careful mind that measures thin sheets by feel. It belongs to a burial ground whose silence holds bright things. The potter will never see that place, but her tokens travel wide. They will cross paths with traders who know the coastal graves. The carver's figures will remain by the hearth and watch the door. The river gathers moonlight and wears it like a light shawl. The village dogs circle twice and settle without complaint. The keeper closes his room and secures the shelf with a cord. The potter's kiln cools and pings softly as clay releases heat. The carver's broom leans neatly by the door with a smooth handle. Nothing extraordinary happens, and that is the grace tonight offers. Clay waits, stone waits, and the story waits for a brighter glint ahead. The wheel begins before the sun has warmed the yard. The potter sets a bowl of water to her right. A braid of willow hangs near the door to dry. Clay waits under damp cloth that smells faintly of rain. She centres a lump with patient palms and quiet breath. The river moves beyond the reeds with its calm voice. The day will pass like the wheel, steady and small. She lifts the clay and lets it rise under balanced hands. The rim swells, then settles into a round that pleases her. She smooths the shoulder and pinches a thin inner ledge. This will save weight and keep the vessel gentle to carry. She knows how heat will try to test the walls. She measures by feel, not by numbers or chords. Memory replaces the ruler and does not scold. A child arrives to watch the slip shine in the light. The potter nods and invites the child to sit nearby. She does not speak much while the clay listens. After a time, she says 2 soft words to herself. Even pressure. The child repeats the words under a whisper. The wheel hums like a small hive pleased with its task. The bowl takes form without hurry or pride. She places the bowl aside and begins a taller jar. A cord loop will pass under the base for travel. She incises a shallow band that helps with grip. She adds a small sign where the cord will lie. The sign will meet a token with the same mark. The keeper will match both before a journey begins. No one argues with marks that agree with each other. You may drop your shoulders a little and release the jaw. Let a slow breath out and find a softer one in. There is time for the next scene to arrive. At the far edge of the village, the ground slopes to water. Stone terraces along the old gorge still enter talk. Elders recall floors at Lepensky Veer and their hearths. They call them careful circles that held winter close. The carver by those fires shaped quiet stone faces. The potter pictures them when she sweeps her floor. Old patience keeps young labour from stumbling. Farmers from older voyages left gifts that stay. They brought seeds and the habit of staying with soil. They learned the curve of seasons by planting and rest. The potter uses their grain to test her jar rims. A handful pours without chipping or sudden leaps. Clay learns its duty one task at a time. The kiln later seals that duty in orange light. By noon, traders come with cords of salt and wool. A basket holds pieces of amber, pale and warm. Another basket holds bone pins for hair and weaving. The keeper visits with a net of clay tokens. He checks symbols and counts the dots with care. He will sort them on the shelf by family mark. His hands smell of clay as much as hers. Rumour of the coast keeps returning like a tide. People speak about Varna where graves hold bright gold. They talk of bracelets near wrists and rings near fingers. They imagine thin plates shaped like leaves in sunlight. No one from here has seen those golden rooms. They trust the travellers who return with careful words. The words feel heavy although the metal is light. The potter listens and keeps shaping bowls for grain. She has held a bead once and the feeling stayed. It was smooth, cool, and lighter than her guess. She also held a tablet with signs that speak counts. She set them side by side and studied the difference. One promised memory for food and work together. The other promised attention that lingers beyond time. A stranger joins the traders and rests by the willow. He wears a belt with small copper rings for repair. He talks about wagons and horses in distant grasslands. He tells of people who ride and guard their herds. He speaks of wide steppe and a wind without trees. He has no numbers, only turns of road and sky. His voice stays low, like drawing a map by memory. The village listens without fear or romance tonight. They know arrivals come in little drifts, not waves. Years pass, and a new household joins an older lane. An infant learns a word, and a tool learns a purpose. Some arrivals bring a change that rests, not burns. The stranger names a people from thickets of grass. He draws a circle on the dust to show their path. The potter thinks about clay when she hears of wagons. Wheels make circles that change the shape of trade. She has known roundness as a bowl in her hands. She imagines roundness as movement across far plains. She wonders whether riders will bring new ways to count. She wonders whether tokens must travel further than before. Questions stand quietly in the doorway beside her shoes. You can let the breath be gentle and your shoulders calm. If it helps, soften the tongue and smooth the brow. The river goes on without looking back at us. She reads the kiln the way some read weather. She knows when the draught has found the right mouth. She knows how to feed small sticks to keep the glow even. The kiln answers in tiny clicks when heat moves. She waits for the colour that sits between orange and peach. She closes the stoke hole for a little holding rest. Fire rewards patience with fewer cracks and sighs. In the evening, she presses a reed into soft clay. The reed makes a neat symbol with a familiar bend. On a tablet, she adds small dots that count grain. She does not call it writing when she serves the shelf. She calls it a promise to match jar with keeper. She stamps a lid with the same sign for ease. 3 small pieces kneel together to carry a trust. Beyond the fields, and hills roll like folded blankets. The steppe people will meet rivers and slow their pace. Some will settle and marry, and children will learn both songs. Grain will share rooms with milk, and tools will change. A wooden cartwheel may rest near a potter's kiln. A horse bridle may hang near a basket of clay. New handles join old doors, and life becomes wider. The elders give simple names to new neighbours at first. They call them herders who move like clouds across grass. Later, more precise names arrive with a long memory. Illyrians hold the western high shores along the sea. Thracians watch the eastern plains and wooded ridges. Dacians guard the north where the rivers braid. Names settle like pebbles at the bottom of bowls. The potter does not draw borders or carry a spear. She counts, fires, and keeps her household well supplied. She sells lids with marks to match the tokens. She trades dishes for honey and wax to seal jars. She hears that along the southern coast, Greeks build towns. Their ships come and go with steady, salt-wet rhythm. Their markets speak loudly in a language of weights and measures. She is not threatened by an extra word for barley. She simply listens and learns the palms of traders. A measure on the coast can match a measure inland. A token in a jar still tells the same story. She pictures a shelf in a coastal hall of goods. She imagines her mark sitting beside another mark. Symbols can be cousins and share a table without quarrel. You may ease your shoulders again and lengthen the exhale slightly. The breath can be simple, like water that finds its path. There is no test here, only a pace that welcomes you. A cousin who travels brings news about copper tools. He mentions a place where stone hammers struck metal cores. He has seen a seam in earth that gleams after rain. People lift the rock and heat it to draw metal out. They hammer the metal and learn its soft temper. They cast it into shapes that hold a sharp edge. He shows a small chisel that kept its bite longer. She holds the chisel and studies the smooth line. She imagines scoring her lids with this clean edge. Her reed works, but copper would keep the mark crisp. She's careful and returns the tool with thanks. Fire makes more than pottery, she says with a smile. The cousin nods and tucks the chisel back away. The kiln breathes behind them and keeps its own counsel. Stories grow like vines between houses and lanes. They run from the gorge to the clay pits and back. Children learn that people combine like colours and slip. A little of one shade changes the whole without noise. Herders bring horses and new songs for sun and rain. Farmers bring ploughs and new ways to rest the field. Potters bring containers that let abundance travel. The village begins to expect travellers when the river falls. Summer lowers the water and reveals kinder fords. People ferry baskets across with poles and sure feet. A trader mentions a road where carts travel well. He points toward hills where stone sits near the surface. He says later builders will level and lay it firm. He talks about milestones that count distance with calm precision. The potter feels the word road settle into her mind. She has known paths and tracks, not roads with stones. A road would change the weight a jar must carry. A road would add a rhythm to wheels and hooves. She strokes a jar and thinks about a tighter rim. She considers a new profile that can ride on straw. She plans a trial firing in the next clear weather. A local elder recalls a wall with cranes of wood. He says coastal towns build with confidence and line. He says ships deliver tiles and olive oil by crate. He adds that inland people still build with wattle. Both kinds of house keep rain outside and sleep inside. Both kinds of home need bowls for eating well. No one eats gold, he says. To a ripple of laughter, you can let the hands rest and breathe out a touch longer. A quiet inhale can follow without any plan or effort. The wheel can slow in your mind while the story moves. The keeper expands his shelf and labels each span. He learns to stack tokens so they will not slip. He compares signs from different households with care. He considers a new basket only for symbols of travel. He notes that grain moves further than oil or honey. He decides to keep a small slate of damp clay nearby. He can press a temporary mark as a reminder for later. The potter visits the keeper and leaves 3 sealed lids. She shows him a flatter profile she tested last week. He taps a lid and nods at the clear sound. The new shape will ride better with cords and straw. He writes nothing, and yet remembers the exact weight. Mind and hand have shared tasks for a long time now. They work like good neighbours without argument. Along the coast, Greek speech grows common in markets. Colonists plant vines and bring amphorae for wine and oil. They also bring coin with faces and letters on both sides. Inland people see coins and feel a different promise. A token says a jar belongs with a mark and keeper. A coin says value can pass between strangers quickly. The village studies both claims and keeps a calm face. The potter touches a coin and traces the raised lines. The metal is firm, and the image does not wear. She wonders if her marks will ever stand so long. She believes the bowls she fires at dusk are enough. They hold porridge, beans and water for washing. They carry food to the field and back to the table. They break gently and return to ground when finished. She has seen beads buried with care at special places. She has seen jars beside those beads to hold offerings. Clay joins the bright things without jealousy or shame. In darkness and in kitchens, the bowl remains useful. The tablet with signs returns to the shelf after use. It does not ask to be admired by the fire. It sits and waits to help again when needed. You can soften your gaze or close your eyes if you wish. Let the breath leave the chest and fall into the belly. Invite the neck to grow long and easy for a while. A traveller from the north tells tales of Dacian Hill forts. He describes wooden walls that look like woven fences. He mentions shrines where incense drifts toward morning. He buys a set of cups to bring home for winter. He thanks the potter and promises to return by spring. The sail feels ordinary and yet holds something solid. Trade makes distant names feel less strange and heavy. Another traveller brings shells from a warm southern bay. He bargains for a jar with a lid that seals tight. He wants to keep salt dry during storms on the road. The potter offers wax to dress the rim and cord. She adds a token with her sign and 2 dots. She tells him quietly to show it to his keeper. Match this sign when you deliver, she adds with care. The kiln finishes a long firing before the first cold. The potter opens the mouth and waits for the soft air. She lifts each bowl with both hands and sets it down. The shelves fill with sound as rims touch wood. She counts in her head and then with a finger. She chooses 3 for her home and 10 for sale. The rest go to storage with lids and marks. Rumours arrive about bronze that carries a better edge. People mix copper with another metal that sings. The new alloy resists wear and holds a sharper line. The potter admires the idea like a bright bird. She knows her craft does not need bronze for walls. She shapes clay and trusts fire to do the rest. She follows the line of her own river without envy. The seasons repeat in patterns that change almost not at all. Wheat bends and lifts in wind as the year turns. Sheep grow wool and then lose it in spring. Children measure summers by height against a doorway. The potter's wheel outlives 2 baskets and a stool. A friend repairs the foot peg with a fresh pin. The clay continues to answer the same gentle questions. You may take a slow exhale and let the shoulders melt. The breath can be small and still be fully enough. Sleep may be near, or wakefulness may wish to stay. Villages share stories about where peoples found their names. Illyrians and Thracians and Dacians join winter talk. Each name carries rivers, mountains, and customs inside. None of the names claims all that the land holds. They sit together like jars in a row. Each jar holds something useful and not the whole meal. Guests eat from many bowls without taking offence. A group of farmers arrives with news about a new track. They say people have laid stone across a wet patch. Wheels move easier now and do not sink as before. The idea catches in minds like burrs on wool. Stone keeps promise where mud forgets and swallows. A steady surface lets heavier loads travel further. Trade will widen the daily circle without haste. The potter studies a jar and imagines a longer ride. She refines the shoulder so straw can cradle it well. She thins the neck slightly and strengthens the rim. She scuffs the base to keep it from sliding. She tests the weight on a folded cloth by the door. She asks a neighbour to lift and walk a few steps. The neighbour nods and says the balance feels kind. A young man returns from the coast with wider eyes. He describes markets where Greek and local words mix. He has eaten olives and a fish baked in clay. He shows a coin and a small sealed amphora. He carries a jar from the potter as a gift. He places the jar near the hearth with both hands. The potter sees her work in a new house and smiles. She learns that along the water a road follows the shore. People call it a way that links towns with shore measure. Milestones promise help for travellers and their loads. The idea of a designed road feels both new and old. Paths have always followed water and ridgelines. Now stones fix the path where feet had once argued. The potter stands a moment and listens for wheels. You can return to your breath and rest your hands again. Let each exhale be longer than the inhale by a little. The body will find its calm without instruction or force. Children in the village draw roads in dust with sticks. They make crossroads and markets with tidy squares. They place little tokens as stalls and jars as goods. They play at selling honey and counting dots. The potter watches and feels old hope come forward. Memory teaches games to teach memory again. The wheel turns, and a new generation learns balance. The cousin with copper tools visits at first frost. He carries a small knife wrapped in woven cloth. He says metalworkers know the price of failure. He says heat betrays the careless or the proud. He says clay teaches the same lesson without words. The potter agrees and pours in warm water with herbs. They sit together and do not compete for skill. A messenger from the hills speaks about a shrine. He seeks cups for a ritual that honours a calm season. He asks for bowls in pairs with matched signs. He pays in wool and a strip of good leather. The potter marks the set with a small leaf shape. The keeper notes the trade with 2 careful tablets. Everyone leaves the room feeling that balance held. In time, people from further south bring new stories. They tell of heroes and city walls and carved stone. They speak of colonies that dot the rocky coasts. They bring amphorae with letters that look like art. They pay with coins that travel long distances easily. They buy local jars for water and grain on the road. Clay keeps doing its quiet work across tongues. The potter learns 2 Greek words for common goods. She uses them rarely, but they ring in her head. She continues to press her own sign into lids. She smiles when she matches tokens with her mark. She does not need letters to keep her promises clear. She does not refuse them when they arrive with trade. She welcomes any tool that protects trust gently. You may loosen the jaw one more time and breathe out. Feel the weight of your body resting where it wishes. No change is required to receive the next images. A winter evening brings a small gathering by the kiln. People warm their hands and share quiet news. A traveller has seen bronze blades where mountains lift. Another has bartered for a good whetstone near rivers. Someone mentions a new settlement where 2 roads meet. They call it a place that will grow around a market. The potter imagines a town and hears her wheel respond. She wonders about the next form her craft might take. Perhaps stamped lids will need clearer signs for distance. Perhaps owners will add paint to help the eye at dusk. She imagines a seal impressed into a small strip. She imagines a cord cut as a sure sign of opening. These thoughts arrive without hurry or demand. They visit like quiet guests and leave no mess. The child who earlier drew a spiral returns with questions. Where does the river begin? The child asks her. The potter smiles and points upstream with her chin. Beyond the hills we have never walked, she says. The child nods and asks where the road will go. Where people wish to keep their promises, she answers. The child accepts this and looks at the kiln again. At dawn, the sound of carts reaches the village lane. The road near the ford has gained a new layer. Stones sit where mud used to swallow the morning. Hooves tap and a careful rhythm starts to settle. The wheel in the potter's hands hears an echo there. Round meets round, and the village feels slightly changed. No one shouts, and nothing breaks, and yet paths widened. She packs 4 jars with straw and waxed cloth. She marks each lid and adds a matching token. She ties a cord through both so they will stay together. She loads the jars and watches the wagon move. The cart creaks as if clearing its throat after sleep. She listens and stores the pitch in her mind. It may matter when she shapes the next shoulder. You can take a final slow breath for this stretch of road. Let the exhale be a bit longer than before. The body knows what to do when a story rests. The river remains the first teacher of weight and flow. Roads now begin to teach a second lesson nearby. The lesson is how distance can feel smaller with care. The lesson is how wheels need even surfaces and balance. The potter answers both teachers without changing herself. She adjusts a rim and keeps a promise on a tablet. Clay accepts the future without arguing with the past. A friend returns from the south with news of coins. He has learned to read the faces stamped on metal. He shows her how letters sit around a governing head. He explains that letters make names travel past voices. She traces a letter and then returns to her sign. She thinks letters are beautiful like very thin reeds. She thinks tokens are faithful like bricks under floors. Night gathers, and the village lights its fires again. The potter sets 2 bowls near the door to cool. The keeper ties bundles of tokens and prepares records. Children drift home and sleep under roofs that sing in wind. The road keeps its new firm voice under the stars. A cart rolls late and then falls quiet beyond the bend. Somewhere a dog sighs and returns to dreaming. She looks toward the east where the sky will pale. She feels the old gorge in her bones like a story. She imagines terraces and hearths holding stone figures. She imagines golden beads resting near a buried hand. She imagines riders from the steppe turning into neighbours. She imagines coastal towns teaching measures and coins. She imagines roads that will invite a larger order. The wheel cools by the door and shines a little still. The kiln clicks softly as heat leaves by tiny steps. The potter rests her hands and lets the mind soften. Tomorrow will ask for nothing the clay cannot give. Tomorrow may bring a cart that rolls more surely. It may carry news about a new line of stones. It may carry a rumour about a road that never ends. The river answers with that old sound behind the reeds. It speaks about time that does not push or drag. It speaks about layers that remember without pride. It speaks about joining without wiping anything away. The potter hears and decides to sleep early tonight. Her hands will be ready when the next signs arrive. Her wheel will be ready when the next wheels pass. The last ember in the kiln lowers its eye and rests. The door closes with a wooden sigh and finds its place. The yard is clear, and the clay waits under cloth. A token sits on a shelf with 2 small dots. A lid bears the same sign and a smooth ring. The keeper will nod when he sees them tomorrow. The road will carry both further than before. A faint sound joins the river just before she sleeps. It is a distant rhythm of hooves and polished rims. It is quiet and regular and far beyond the field. It does not ask for attention, only offers a line. The line leads somewhere the potter has not yet walked. She turns on her side and lets the sound drift. The wheel in the corner seems to listen with her. Morning spreads a pale ribbon above the reeds and quiet roofs. The potter steps outside before the village wakes. Her wheel sits where dusk left it, patient and centred. The kiln still keeps a pocket of last night's warmth. She washes her hands in a shallow bowl near the door. Cool clay meets her fingers with a familiar calm. The river behind the garden continues its low, steady voice. A fresh lump settles in the middle of the turning disc. Water slicks the surface and steadies the first lift. Her palms guide a cylinder into a gentle shoulder. A neck appears that will later welcome a fitting lid. Each curve answers a practical thought about travel. The ford has changed since stones were set last week. Vessels must ride those stones without bruising grain or oil. A neighbour arrives, wool over one arm and salt in a pouch. He lays both gifts beside the threshold with a nod. She pairs his trade with a token bearing 2 dots. A lid marked with the same sign rests on the jar. Together they form a promise that crosses the square. The keeper will match these signs when shelves grow crowded. Quiet systems spare the village many loud arguments. Let the jaw loosen by a small degree, if that feels kind. A longer exhale can arrive like a tide that meets sand. Shoulders may settle as if they remembered their place. A child stands in the doorway and watches the trimming. The tool is a sliver of bone shaped into a clean edge. It skims thin ribbons that fall in graceful curls. The child aligns them on the step with careful pride. Do these say anything? The child asks in a hush. The potter smiles and strokes the rim with 2 fingers. They say the bowl is ready to meet the fire, she answers. Midday visitors bring talk gathered from bends upriver. One describes terraces near the old gorge shaped like steps. Hearths there open like patient mouths facing the stream. Another recalls carved faces stationed by the warm stones. Winter must have felt quieter with such company near. The potter imagines those forms keeping watch in snow. Memory helps her hands choose methods that do not rush. Stories drift toward gold uncovered far to the east. Varna enters the circle with a gentle brightness. Bracelets sleep in earth and wake slowly in speech. Thin plates gleam in the mind like late sunlight. None here claims to have seen the graves in person. Still the tale carries weight that feels honest and deep. She presses clay again and lets the shining pass by. Clay does not need gold to deserve attention and care. A tight seal protects barley when storms cross the ridge. A sure rim saves soup when a child bumps the table. The flat trowel that smooths the kiln floor matters daily. Firing colour speaks truths she has learned to obey. Orange tells her to wait, not to seek praise or haste. These lessons live in muscle rather than on tablets. Allow breath to travel toward the belly without any effort. Let the tongue rest gently behind the lower teeth. The neck can grow a little taller without any strain. A trader spreads woven cloth on the grass by the wall. Coins touch the light near shells gathered from a bay. An amphora stands ready for a thoughtful exchange. Letters loop around its body like small perched birds. She runs a fingertip along the stamped figures in clay. A sealed mouth promises that time and distance were considered. The road respects containers that respect the road in turn. Her tokens will never pretend to be coastal coins. They simply solve disputes before voices sharpen. Lid and token with matching marks bring order fast. The keeper checks and returns goods to rightful hands. People leave with what is theirs and nothing more. The square prefers this rhythm to vows shouted in heat. Clay and signs keep trust where memory might wander. The trader names harbours tucked behind rocky shoulders. Ships wait for winds that hold steady between islands. Markets speak local words and southern words together. He buys cups for a shrine on a hill to the north. 2 bowls will carry offerings when spring returns. She chooses pieces with paired weight and steady walls. He thanks her and promises a second visit after harvest. Evening cools the yard and brightens the kiln's eye. Thin sticks catch and a soft roar spreads along bricks. Draft steadies and tiny clicks travel inside the arch. She closes the stoke hole to hold the chamber's temper. The river folds its voice into the hush of fire. Bats cross the garden while stars begin to sharpen. Hands rub palm to palm, ready to rest from work. Try easing the belly so the breath finds a wider path. Shoulders can drift down the back like leaves on water. No effort is needed for calm to return to the room. Days pass with patterns that sit neatly beside each other. Grain dries on mats near fence posts warmed by sun. Sheep wander home dusty and fill the trough with patience. Children test strength by lifting an empty production jar. A new sound rises beyond the reeds and draws notice. Wheels now find stone where mud used to swallow steps. A path has begun to learn the language of road. Travellers arrive with herders who prefer open grasslands. They speak of families moving with cattle and horses. Some settle nearby and share winter roofs with kin. Songs blend at fire circles and tools trade hands easily. A wooden cart frame leans against a shed near cords. A leather harness dries where baskets used to hang. The village makes room for these signs without alarm. Her next jar wears a shoulder meant for straw and rope. The base is roughened to keep from sliding on boards. The groove under the foot welcomes quick cord lifting. The lid gains a thicker lip to partner with wax seals. A leaf sign sets the pair for the keeper's simple ledger. 2 dots on the token confirm the intended route. Small adjustments serve large journeys more than pride. Count 4 heartbeats on the inhale, if that feels natural. Let the exhale wander towards 6 without forcing shape. If counting distracts, simply watch breath come and go. Market day gathers sellers under the oak by noon. Smoked fish arrive wrapped in leaves from the river. Cheese wheels rest on a cloth that remembers salt. Bowls rise in pairs along the potter's shaded stall. Tokens wait at her sash for smooth, quick matching. The keeper walks the line with measured, friendly steps. Disputes fade when signs speak before tempers warm. An elder shares names that travel the width of the land. Illyrians hold coves and cliffs where the west meets spray. Thracians keep the east where plains brush deep forests. Dacians watch the north with rivers braiding and turning. These names drift like slow boats that favour safe water. They do not claim all fields or settle every question. They let strangers talk without losing their own ground. Trade welcomes names that help hands meet without friction. The podder weighs a cup rather than tracing a border. The traveller asks for barley and a word from far south. She paws and watches how the rim manages the stream. If the pour stays clean, the term can be whatever fits. Her craft belongs to kitchens, not banners or boasts. Meals pull people together more than lines on bark. Hands can rest in the lap and warm the fabric beneath. Allow breath to leave as if the body's weight softened. Calm arrives like a jar cooling beside an open door. A cousin returns carrying a bar of copper wrapped in cloth. He shows a chisel that bites clay with a crisp line. The cut holds glaze and resists wear during washing. Heat and stone, he says. Reveal the ore with patience, just mines and smoke demand careful timing and steady nerves. She thanks him and folds the tool back into its wrap. Fire teaches without praise and punishes without malice. Night collects a small circle near the kiln arch again. Someone remembers the terraces at the gorge upriver. Another speaks of beads nestled near old bones by hearths. A third wonders about the first salt lifted into boats. The talk stays low and refuses the chase for heroes. These stories honour measuring hands and strong backs. Work recalls its sources without needing bright banners. At first light, a small group leads a wagon through the gate. Jars ride on straw with lids bound by firm cords. She watches from the threshold as hooves mark time. Wheels keep a steady rhythm on the new-laid stones. The road seems to speak in a voice steadier than mud. Distance feels lighter when surfaces forgive minor errors. She counts beats until they fade into the bend. Let cheeks soften and the corners of the eyes grow kind. Breathing can be almost silent and still fully sufficient. The back of the neck can lengthen as the head rests. Later, a buyer from the coast arrives with 2 careful helpers. Olive oil perfumes the air when he opens a skin bag. He taps each lid with a knuckle to hear a true note. The sound answers clean and dry, as a promise should. Payment comes as oil and a coil of durable rope. He requests a set of 6 cups bearing the same sign. She presses the leaf near the rim with a reed stem. He tells of a road that follows the line of the sea. Markets link to markets by intervals that never change. Milestones count distance where memory sometimes fails. Wagons travel farther and break less on fitted stone. She imagines those lines moving inland from harbour towns. A foreman walks with a rod and tests the grade. A mark on a post tells a story without any words. She does not hurry toward a scene she cannot touch today. Instead, she tries a slip that matures at gentler heat. Fuel stretches further and surfaces grow kinder to hands. Fine sand mixes into the body for greater strength. Rims chip less in houses busy with many children. Small gains collected across a season are not small. Tools repay careful handling with long lives of service. Invite the shoulders downward as if sleeves had grown heavier. Send the next exhale toward the belly centre and beyond. Imagine warmth moving between ribs like afternoon sun. The keeper shares news from households near the ford. Carts now wait for turns instead of sinking in ruts. He plans an extra shelf for goods going the long way. Tokens for these routes will carry a third dot for clarity. She answers by carving deeper grooves along her lids. Cords will hold firm through bends and climb without slipping. Wax will fill gaps that once invited water and dust. A young herder returns after months across the open grass. He speaks of riders whose hands seem to calm the wind. They move quickly, yet always slow to share water. He learned a dusk song that matches hoofbeats at rest. He hums a phrase, and the yard falls into a stillness. The river joins as if it knew the melody long ago. Someone sways without noticing the body's small dance. The potter sets a bowl of berries on the step for guests. She watches the herder count rhythm with fingertip taps. A wheel turns quieter than hooves, yet remembers cadence. Circle answers circle in jar, coin, and token alike. Rounds promise order across seasons and many hands. She prefers that promise to any gleam buried in earth. Usefulness carries a deeper shine than metal underground. Relax the brow and let the mouth find its neutral line. With the next exhale, release any small effort in the jaw. Sleep may draw nearer or hover politely a short distance. Clouds come from the west and lay rain over the roofs. The kiln rests while the house listens to the soft tapping. She uses the interval to clean tools and retie cords. A reed for marking, bone for trimming, wire for loops. A smooth stone for burnishing sits on a folded cloth. Nothing seeks a knife's edge in the workshop today. Soundness and fit matter more than any sharp drama. A friend from the coast brings a small amphora for study. He asks how its shoulders compare with jars from the yard. They speak about bases, balance, and the slight flare at neck. He points to a handle that eases lifting from a wagon. She notes a rim that accepts wax without needless waste. They share bread and dried figs after the quiet lesson. Craft crosses language like a bridge made of tiny choices. He mentions paved squares inside walls near the harbour. Merchants praise routes that stand firm across months. Weather shift, but a stone course keeps its intention. He expects that habit to travel inland soon enough. She pictures lines across valleys and gentle hills. A network appears that favours measure over impulse. The image warms her like a lamp set behind a screen. Place one hand over the belly and feel a small rise. Let the other hand rest where comfort seems natural. Breathing can be light and still complete the work. Seasons turn, and field edges soften as harvests conclude. Work moves indoors when early dusk clears the streets. She mends baskets, seals hairline cracks, and oils the wheel. Cart sounds after dark tell stories through the shutters. Stone carries a smoother tone than last year's mud. A careful ear hears whether loads were balanced or rushed. Learning arrives through listening as surely as through sight. The same child returns with pockets full of river stones. Milestones are arranged in the yard with serious focus. 1, 2, 3, up to the bend, the child whispers. The potter lets the game continue without correction. Counting serves every travelling craft more than pride. When voice or stylus tracks distance, intentions hold. She gives the child a single dot token for safekeeping. That night, a dream lays lines across bark in thin ink. Lines become roads and then settle into quiet maps. A figure holds a rod and checks the surface with care. Another scratches numbers into a wax tablet slowly. A third ties a bundle of notes with a patient string. No trumpets sound and no commands disturb the air. She wakes feeling as if steady work has been completed. Return to a gentle inhale that finds its own timing. Breath may be so light it feels almost like thought. These can remain while images continue drifting on. When the rain lifts, the kiln resumes its steady sequence. Stacks leave room for clean draft around every shoulder. Flame climbs to the colour she trusts after many trials. She holds the chamber until the tiny clicks go quiet. Cooling begins and the arch stays closed through night. Morning reveals clay walls the colour of late oranges. A light tap answers with a clear, satisfying ring. She tests a lid and hears the note she expects. 4 jars accept straw and cords for the next wagon. The keeper arrives with a list arranged by households. Marks are confirmed and grooves take their looped ropes. Their conversation stays simple and precise by habit. 2 to the shrine, 4 to the cheesemaker, he says. Knots lie flat when she finishes the last careful tie. The road speaks once more as the wagon leaves the gate. Hooves strike in a tempo chosen for weight and safety. Wheels answer with a subdued confidence on firm stone. She counts the rhythm while leaning on the doorpost. It seems to travel from house to house like news. Milestones will carry such counts where memory thins. The land feels wider and more connected in that sound. Send the breath out through the nose and feel ribs soften. Allow the next inhale to arrive low and quiet. There is nothing to fix while the scene moves forward. A traveller shares a calm report from towns near the sea. Crews there level ground before the storm season starts. Foremen test the grade with rods and small weighted lines. Stones are set shoulder to shoulder with deliberate care. Such practices will likely cross ridges toward these valleys. The words are offered like weather, not like orders. Everyone nods as if they had expected this path. The potter turns a jar meant for routes that take longer. A rope will cross the neck, so she adjusts the flare. A second groove waits in case the bend becomes sharp. Walls thin enough to save weight, yet stay strong. Form can meet the road halfway when thought guides hands. A respectful shape honours the path it must endure. She trusts craft more than any promise about the future. The last market before winter draws a generous crowd. Wool changes hands beside iron tools and dried apples. Coins answer each other near the cloth seller's corner. Tokens shift quietly beside grain piles and jar stacks. The keeper moves through it all with measured steps. Small questions fade when signs align without strain. Bowls vanish from her stall well before the sun tilts low. 1 bowl and 1 lid remain on her private shelf. The lid bears the leaf that now feels like a home name. The bowl's profile has matured through many trials. Soup will not spill, and washing will ask little effort. She plans an early meal and an early sleep afterward. Tomorrow the wheel will be smoothed and a stool patched. Work and rest fit together like lid and jar in balance. Take 1 last full inhale for this stretch of listening. Allow the exhale to lengthen as if ash is settled. Breathing can quiet itself without any instruction now. Night sharpens and leaves a thin frost along the fence. The road beyond the reeds glows faintly under stars. Somewhere, carts still move with careful restraint. Hooves count time that agrees with a pulse at rest. The wheel in the shed has cooled beside a finished jar. She folds a cloth and lowers the latch with a soft sound. 2 dots on a token watch from the shelf like small moons. Thoughts wander to the gorge where terraces hold stories. She sees signs pressed into clay before sleep arrives. Names return that help strangers greet without tension. Illyrian, Thracian, Dacian, Greek on distant coasts. Herders become neighbours by songs rather than claims. Gold remains quiet in ground while grain grows louder. Roads appear that invite a gentler kind of order. Her craft does not fear the next stone placed in a line. It has learned to adapt with humble, useful revisions. A tighter rim here, a deeper groove there, a lighter wall. A seal that keeps, a matching token, a keeper's nod. These choices help a wide region share food and promise. They build a future from ordinary acts repeated well. The river agrees and speaks its approval through reeds. Wheel rhythm blends with the road's new tempered voice. Together they form the village's counting of days. Clay keeps time by holding shape through turns and heat. She drifts towards sleep before numbers reach 10. Even pressure, she whispers as the room grows still. The phrase covers tomorrow like a warm, quiet blanket. Rest closes the ledger of the day with a clean line. Across the hills, more careful lines begin to cross valleys. A person with a rod will measure a straight approach. Stones will be set to handle rain without complaint. Carts will lose fewer jars and arrive with lighter hearts. Markets will widen and messages will reach sooner. The leaf pressed on lids may travel beyond her horizon. Change, measured in such steps, feels steady instead of sharp. Dawn returns and frost lifts like breath from the field. The road shows a thin silver under the pale sky. A group of workers gathers near the ford's broad bend. They speak low and check the grade with weighted cords. One kneels to test for gaps between newly laid stones. Another plants a small marker beside a measured span. The gestures mirror hers when she centres clay on the disc. If it suits, pause here and notice how the body is softened. Air can move like a quiet thread and still satisfy completely. Ease can remain even as other voices enter the scene. She watches from the gate without calling to them. They continue their sequence without glancing toward the yard. Work recognises work and requires no announcement. Measure meets measure in a silent exchange of respect. The kinship between wheel and roadbed becomes clear. Both prefer patience, accuracy, and a wish for soundness. Both serve people who will never know their names. She returns to the shed and wets her hands again. Clay finds centre just as a road finds its true line. Walls rise for winter stews and lids prepare to seal. The kiln will teach as stones teach, without vanity. Others will lift and carry along the path they set. Each craft tends its portion of the same shared journey. Everything simple becomes part of something larger and calm. The river keeps travelling with an ancient sense of duty. It predates every jar and every course of stone, yet it hosts both and reflects milestones in shallow water. Barges move with its will as carts crawl above. The surface becomes a mirror where order studies itself. She listens and hears approval in the current's patience. The morning seems to stand taller on that sound. Measured voices at the ford gather into a new cadence. A stylus scratches a figure onto a wax tablet somewhere. A quiet call asks for one more stone to fit the run. She lifts her head and breathes as if invited to join. The world changes in a way her hands already understand. Circles and lines learn to live beside one another. The lesson is practical and does not require applause. The last jar of the morning answers with a clear ring. She sets it with its companions to cool in the shade. A breeze stirs the willow and lifts a thin strand. The kiln clicks a tempo that matches distant bootsteps. The wheel is wiped clean and the door pulled to a rest. At the ford, careful voices continue measuring their promise. Soon those stones will carry the weight of many days. Morning opens with a pale sky above a half-finished road. A foreman stands near the crown, holding a rod and cord. He watches the shadow touch a chalk mark on levelled stone. Behind him, a ditch carries last night's rain into grass. The crew sets another slab and seats it with small taps. Hoofbeats approach, light and regular, before slowing to listen. He nods once, then steps aside so wheels can speak. He checks the grade with the rod, then lifts his eyes. A cart rolls forward, jars cushioned by straw and hemp cord. The wheels find the centre without fighting the new slope. The driver raises 2 fingers in thanks and keeps silence. A good surface needs no praise, only quiet proof in transit. The foreman notes the rhythm on a wax tablet with care. Crown in the centre, he murmurs, edges clear of silt. Unclench the jaw and rest the tongue lightly behind the teeth. Shoulders can settle as if a warm cloth draped across them. Breathe out longer than you breathed in, steady and soft. He moves to drainage, where the ditch narrows near a culvert. A boy hands him a small chisel for cleaning the stone lip. Water must tuck under the road without biting at the base. He points to a faint rut from an older season of neglect. Catch it early, he says, and the boy nods once. 2 workers trim the verge until the cut reads clean. The foreman returns to the crown and tests the fall again. A messenger arrives with a folded note sealed in red. The wax bears an eagle that has visited these hills often. The letter is brief, written in firm, tidy Latin lines. It asks for inspection of bridges north, where frost lifts joints. He tucks the message away and sketches a simple route. Bridges are conversations between current, pier, and deck. Patience wins the talk when stones meet with forgiving faces. Let the breath drop low into the belly and widen there. Soften the muscles around the eyes without trying to do more. Imagine a calm weight in the hands, easy and warm. At midday, the crew pauses while he marks a milestone. He chooses a place where afternoon shade lingers longest. Travellers' eyes tire there, and stone numbers feel kind. A clerk carves distance with a blade kept sharp by habit. The foreman smooths dust from the face and steps back. A road is measured not only in spans, but in mercies. Kind choices save jars, hooves, and tempers late in the day. Grain wagons pass west to east, and salt moves the opposite way. Pottery rides upright now, not leaning against frayed cord. He remembers when this stretched chipped lids and cracked rims. A small correction in slope has spared many kitchens nearby. The road gathers such quiet victories and keeps few records. He thinks of writers who list rulers and forget these hands. Lines straightened here become a safer market 2 valleys away. Breathe in gently through the nose for a slow, easy count. Let the exhale take 1 beat longer with no added effort. Release any tightness behind the ears or along the neck. Later, he walks the verge and checks the shoulder's firmness. The stones hold heat from noon and warm his palm slightly. News trails him like dust from the cart that went ahead. People speak of a city by a strait wrapped in new walls. They say an emperor has set his seat beside narrow waters. Roads will bend toward that eastern centre with fresh attention. The foreman hears this and feels no change in his craft. He instructs a new worker to listen for wheel wobble early. A surface tells its story in sounds before cracks appear. Do not rush the bedding, he says in a calm voice. Stone forgives a little, then remembers everything. They redress a joint, lift, and settle the slab with sand. The sound rings even, and the crew shares a small smile. The steady road turns labour into peace for people unseen. Roll the shoulders backward once and let them fall comfortably down. Soften the skin across the forehead like smoothing folded cloth. Breath can drift shallow while remaining full enough for rest. Night comes, yet the roadbed keeps a faint glow of warmth. The foreman counts his steps to the new milestone by habit. Hoofbeats fade toward a river crossing beyond the ridge. He pauses where a shrine holds a jug and a clay cup. Someone has scratched a note about a lost purse there. Such corners gather rumour, thanks, and apologies each week. The road holds them all without keeping score or blame. On a hill beyond the ditch, a bell answers the evening. Its sound travels clear, then softens as air grows cool. Past the gate, a small monastery rests within a low wall. Inside, a scribe touches a fresh nibbed parchment twice. He rules thin guides with thread and a small chalk mark. The lamp's flame steadies as the quill begins to move. Words form a road of their own across the quiet page. Relax the tongue again and loosen the hinge of the jaw. Notice the breath arrive without command or counting. Weight in the ribs can settle and spread toward the hips. He copies a notice that speaks of the eastern city by water. The line records a dedication and the year of new walls. He writes the name of the ruler who founded that seat. The letters sit level and patient, like stones set well. He adds a margin note so younger readers track the dates. His task is to hold shape while seasons shift beyond doors. Calm pages make calm choices in markets and council halls. He turns to an older text listing towns along the great river. Names in the lines end differently than speech in the courtyard. The scribe adds a gloss that joins the two without scolding. He then records a brief word about hills north of the plain. A conquest there once fixed the empire's claim for a while. Dacia enters the line and the hand continues unhurried. Next to it, he writes a weather note, useful for storehouse guards. Ease the shoulders as if heavy sleeves supported their weight. Picture the quill drawing a smooth curve, then a steady stroke. Exhale through the mouth as if fogging a small winter glass. News arrives from travellers who use the road at first light. Families have begun to cross the river and settle the fields. They bring cattle, wood skills, and songs shaped by distant winters. Villages meet them with barter, and words learn new endings. The scribe writes that they are many across several seasons. He keeps the tone even, recording flow without alarm. Change walks at a human pace, even when rumours run fast. He adds a line about a power rising northeast of the plain. Riders gather under leaders who make rules and seal pledges. A year is given for when that state fixes its home. He writes how language shifts where faith and service take root. Teachers arrive with books and leave with careful students. In time, hearts lift toward altars shaped for new rites. The scribe keeps close to facts and lets time interpret them. Rest the lower back against support and breathe into the belly. On the exhale, imagine a bell tone fading into evening air. Hands can remain open, heavy, and still on a blanket. Outside, the Roman road continues past orchards and low barns. The stones bear marks from carts that pass with grain and wool. At dawn, priests ride toward towns that need letters and rites. The judge follows in spring to close quarrels before harvest. The foreman's crown under their hooves makes peace travel farther. The scribe's even hand keeps memory from tipping in storms. They work apart, yet their labours hold one rhythm together. One afternoon, monks carry a bundle of vellum to the desk. The scribe ties a thread around the stack and smiles. Keep letters wide, he tells a novice at the door. Wide letters rest better in tired eyes after long days. The novice nods and retreats along the cool stone hall. The scribe breathes once, then copies a hymn from the south. He marks where it's spread along roads into smaller churches. Breathe in softly, counting to 4 without strain or need. Let the breath leave on 5, as if smoothing a crease. Ease the tongue from the teeth and rest in quiet. Seasons pass. The foreman repairs frost heaves and clears silted drains. He explains again why edges must fall toward a patient ditch. The boy who learned last year teaches another with the rod. They place a new marker before a bend that hides a grade. Milestones do not command. They accompany tired feet home. A road with companions forgives late journeys and weary hands. The foreman traces a number and wipes dust from the face. In the monastery, the scribe copies a simple annal for winter. He notes unusual wind and a narrow surplus of grain. Merchants in the yard speak of coins thinning with travel. He listens, then returns his eyes to a calmer script. The page records births, repairs, and a steward's modest gift. Such lines hold villages steady more than louder news does. He places a thread between leaves and warms his fingers. Let the shoulders slide down the back like leaves on water. Imagine the spine lengthening by the height of a small coin. Exhale long enough to feel the belly soften on its own. Travellers bring word that ships from western coasts fill a harbour. Their banners show new symbols and unfamiliar painted saints. The scribe lays down his pen and steadies his breath. Reports say these men have entered a city by the strait. He relights the lamp and straightens the page with 2 palms. Then he writes the month, the feast, and the year precisely. A strong page needs dates more than adjectives on such days. He records that halls raised by others now serve new lords. Markets answer to fleets rather than old land-bound officers. Churches shift hands, and altars change language and chant. The lines do not accuse and they do not celebrate. He adds a weather note again, for shipments crossing from islands. The tone stays plain, so later readers keep their balance. Calm ink steadies minds when season roads grow loud. Breathe without counting, as if air travelled a road you know. Release any effort in the shoulders a second time tonight. Picture a small lamp's flame that does not lean or flicker. That evening, the foreman stands where his stretch meets the ridge. He studies ruts made by the week's sudden, heavy traffic. Carts headed inland carry goods stamped by western seals. He hears distant bells answer each other along the valley. The sound is not alarm, it is the rhythm of a landscape. He makes a note to sand 2 corners before dew settles. Resilience is built in daylight, not begged during storms. A rider pauses at the shrine, drinks, and leaves a folded map. The foreman studies its lines while the rider shakes reins. Coastal marks shine with new names. Inland routes feel familiar. He smiles once, thinking how maps are promises, not verdicts. Roads are the proof that outlasts seasons, flags, and hurried lists. He places the map under a stone and checks the crown again. Work continues because wagons will need calm surfaces tomorrow. Give the neck a small, slow roll, then return to stillness. Rest the lips together without pressure and breathe through the nose. A warm heaviness can settle in hands and feet like sand. In the scriptorium, the scribe closes one book and opens another. He adds a small guideline so a young hand will not wander. He writes a marginal note about sources and careful hearing. Stories grow thorny when passed too quickly along roads. Better to anchor each account with a date and an altar. He copies a prayer for travellers that mentions bridges and mills. Then he stops and listens to the bell's slow, measured stroke. Outside, the old road gleams under a thin winter moon. It remembers emperors, judges, traders, monks, and singers. Change has visited often and will visit again, without hurry. The stones ask only for slope, for drainage, and for care. That discipline turns power into safety for people far away. The scribe dips the nib one last time and lifts it steady. Ink pools, then rests, and the page grows quiet beside him. If the eyes wish to close, allow lids to meet for 3 breaths. Feel the bed or chair hold your weight without asking you back. Let the breath become the smallest tide, returning and leaving. By morning, carts will move along the crown with steady grace. Hooves will choose the centre line and keep their measured beat. Bells will sound from a hill, low and even across fields. The foreman will raise a hand to test the slope and wind. The scribe will tie a thread and open a narrow, clean leaf. Between them, a corridor of stone and words will hold, and beyond the ridge, quiet masts will wait for orders at dawn. Morning opens with carts already moving along the crown. The road holds them steady, stone upon stone, slope upon ditch. A foreman walks the shoulder and hears a soft wheel hum. He measures a gentle fall with cord and a simple rod. The shape is right, and water will travel where it should. Rains from last night have left only a clean, narrow line. He taps one joint and nods at the even ringing tone. A boy follows, carrying sand in a cloth sling. The foreman shows him where bedding needs a patient hand. Keep the crown high and water will choose the ditch, he says. The boy smooths the edge until grit fills each quiet gap. The cart laden with pots passes without a rattle or sway. The driver lifts his chin and keeps the reins slack and calm. Good work is measured in silence more than shouted praise. Let the jaw rest and the tongue lie softly behind the teeth. Roll one shoulder back and release the small line of effort. Breathe out longer than you breathe in, slow and unforced. Down the valley, a bell gives a long, low afternoon note. Its echo reaches the road and thins across sleeping fields. In a monastery beyond the crest, a scribe warms his hands. He straightens a leaf and draws faint guiding lines with care. The nib kisses the ink, then settles where the margin begins. On the page, rivers find their names and years anchor moments. Calm writing turns a day's noise into lines people can trust. He records travellers who have crossed the great river lately. They arrive with cattle and tools and songs fit for winter. Villages trade for woodcraft and new ways of framing roofs. Speech shifts in the market, and endings learn softer shapes. The scribe writes carefully that many have settled across seasons. He keeps the tone even and marks the dates beside the lines. A steady hand allows a shifting world to feel less sharp. The foreman inspects a culvert where the ditch narrows. He clears a catch of leaves and watches water slide beneath. No bite appears at the base, so the wall will stand. He lifts a stone where frost nicked it during late snow. 2 taps set it true, and the surface reads smooth again. He hears the bell's slow answer and raises his head briefly. The sound makes his work align with something wider and older. Drop the shoulders as if a warm cloth draped over them. Let breath collect low in the belly without counting. Exhale through the nose and imagine soft air passing through reeds. A caravan stops at the shrine where a jug waits for travellers. One rider offers a short scroll bound with a plain thread. The foreman accepts it and studies the tidy Latin note. Bridges north require attention where winter has lifted joints. He sketches a route along old milestones and calm river bends. Stone learns patience from water, never the other way around. He smiles at that thought and pockets the small scroll again. The scribe receives a visitor who carries folded parchment. The guest has seen a court where Eastern rites shape days. He tells of a city by a strait made fast with new walls. The scribe sets down names that align with known years. He notes a founding day in the spring of a certain reign. The page does not rush, and letters stand level and quiet. Write the date and let the ink speak modestly, he whispers. Softly close the lips and rest the tongue like a leaf on water. Let the eyes grow heavy without forcing them to close. Breathe out as if smoothing a crease in folded linen. Carts bring stone for a small church where fields meet road. Masons set courses that remember older walls still standing. A priest thanks the foreman for a level, forgiving approach. Pilgrims climb without strain and reach the door with breath left. The foreman checks the threshold and notes a small depression. He will lift it with sand so hooves do not stumble at dusk. Simple care turns a path into a promise kept with strangers. Inside the church, smoke rises in a thin, patient thread. A reader holds a book and sings lines in a steady voice. The language is older than most here in the market today. Yet the sound feels near because cadence keeps hearts aligned. The scribe writes that rites are shaping the region's weeks. He mentions teachers who travel with books wrapped in wool. They leave students who keep letters and songs for villages, ease the muscles around the eyes and soften the forehead. Draw air in gently and send it out one beat longer. Allow the jaw to loosen without dropping the mouth open. South of the river, markets grow where roads cross near mills. Salt comes from the coast and heads inland toward sheepfolds. Cloth returns to ports after winter nights in hill towns. The foreman hears coin talk in the rattle of wooden crates. He knows his crown saves money by sparing cracked axles. The scribe notes the same truth in a calm, different language. Roads and pages both make bargains hold between distant hands. The group of families passes, and their greetings sound new. Children point at milestones and joke in a rising cadence. The foreman pretends not to listen, then smiles a little. They ask about distance to the nearest ford in plain speech. He answers by pointing to a carved number on a shaded stone. They thank him twice and continue without wasting daylight. The road carries people who will teach tomorrow's markets. Let the breath lower deeper and widen at the bottom of the ribs. Relax the small hinge beneath each ear with one patient exhale. Picture a smooth path ahead, level and safe under warm light. In the scriptorium, a novice copies an annal about northern hills. The scribe shows where the line should sit above the ruled guide. He writes the year when riders settled a state beyond the plain. A crown formed there and learned the language of nearby neighbours. Over time, their words and faith lean toward eastern altars. The hand records that change without judgment or fear. Dates and margins keep a reader steady when horizons move. A messenger brings news from a pass where the road meets clouds. The foreman notes slow slides after a week of stubborn rain. He calls for brush to tie a shoulder before heavier wagons come. Small bindings wait until drier days let stone return home. He has no need for hurry, only readiness through simple habits. The old Roman bed listens and gives back a firm reply. Its voice is the even song of hooves choosing the centre. Melt the space between the eyebrows and unclench any hidden effort. Let the breath drift in like fog and leave like a tide. Feel the chair or bed lift you rather than you holding it. When winter loosens, a procession moves along the crown with care. Monks travel toward a town that expects letters and rites. Behind them, carts carry grain pledged for next season's poor. The foreman steps aside and tips his head toward the ditch. "Edges clear," he says to the boy who's learned well. The boy clears a small tuft that would have trapped silt. He looks pleased at how water resumes its gentle practice. In the monastery, the scribe hears merchants laugh in the yard. They have adapted to new words and kept old measures steady. He writes a compact note on weight so markets stay fair. He adds a margin phrase about speech changing by slow degrees. A future reader may find comfort in knowing change took time. Long drift is kinder than sudden breaks for towns and families. He ties a thread and marks the day with a small red dot. Ease the shoulders downward as if sleeves held a restful weight. Let the next exhale run one heartbeat beyond habit. Imagine a bell tone travelling farther than last evening. News reaches both road and desk about heavy sails in the strait. Ships have come from western coasts, banners bright and new. They anchor before walls that once felt unassailable and calm. The scribe writes the month and the feast one line above. He adds the number of years since the city's founding day. He keeps language plain and sets each clause in level lines. The lamp neither jumps nor dims while the letters fall into place. The foreman hears carts shifting directions at the crossroads. Goods tagged for inland markets now linger by coastal wagons. Seals show new symbols he has not seen in many years. He listens to drivers speak of halls that have changed hands. A priest passes and gives a brief, careful blessing and greeting. The road cares less who rules than how water leaves its body. Slopes, drains, and joints are the order that resists loud days. Let breath arrive gently and leave as if passing under a low door. Soften the tongue and rest it like a folded cloth behind teeth. Release any remaining tightness along the sides of the neck. Inside the church, chants shift, and language bends with them. Some altars change hands and repeat older lines in new words. The scribe notes transitions without naming winners or losses. He lists which warehouses are open and which are under seal. He adds a weather line for ships, leaving at first safe light. Calm records keep households from running ahead of the hour. He files the sheet with a thread and smooths its edge twice. The foreman studies the map a rider left at the shrine. Coastal names differ, yet the hills do not move beneath them. He traces the same bends and grades he has walked for years. Maps promise futures, but an old crown keeps tomorrow possible. He asks the boy to feel the difference between dry and wet sand. The lesson is quiet and taught by the weight in a palm. They pack a joint and watch the line settle as if exhaling. Release the space across the collarbones with a slow, long breath. Picture sand in the hand growing lighter as worries leave it. Let the eyes half close and keep the neck comfortably tall. A market day calls many to the road at dawn. Peddlers lead donkeys that carry small bells for crowded turns. The bells ring very softly, like glass tapping gentle wooden lips. The boy listens for uneven beats that betray a hidden rut. He gestures, and the foreman lifts an eyebrow and then smiles. They lift one stone and reseat it with a breath of sand. Such careful minutes repay themselves with evenings free of repair. The scribe writes about distances between towns that share a priest. He marks the days required when weather behaves as it should. The road's shape underlines his estimates with dependable truth. He hears a novice reading a list of care for travellers. Blankets, bread, reasons to wait out a storm in humility. The words move like a small caravan, steady and considerate. He adds a final dot where the list ends and folds the page. Let the breath turn shallow without losing its calm weight. Imagine a thin ray of light across a table before dusk. Feel the bed, chair, or floor rise to meet your back again. Whispers ripple that the city by the strait will see new sheriffs. The scribe does not use that word, but the sense is present. He writes instead of offices moved and contracts written anew. Markets bend to fleets rather than to older inland calendars. He sets one more quiet today beside yesterday's plain entry. A ledger done this way lets people sleep in uncertain seasons. He trims the quill and sets it down to rest on smooth stone. The foreman walks a switchback where drivers crowd the inside edge. He lines the shoulder with branches to guide the right curve. Hooves choose his design, and wheels keep their careful song. He thinks about the many hands now folded into these stones. The first crew spoke Latin and taught ditch depth and crown. Later crews were local and learned by ear and shared practice. Every layer brought patience, and patience has kept the line alive. Smooth the edges of your breath until it meets the next exhale. Release the small muscles in the cheeks and under the eyes. Let stillness gather like folded blankets at the foot of a bed. Evening approaches with a cloud of gulls lifting from the coast. The bell on the hill gives 2 slow notes, then falls quiet. In the monastery yard, the scribe ties bundles for dry storage. He labels them by year and by the season they were finished. He adds a simple note about the 4th great expedition west. He does not judge, only places the words among earlier years. Calm listing is a service when winds favour louder mouths. On the road, a wagon pauses where the ditch gathers starlight. The foreman rests a hand on the newly seated joint. He feels the day's heat leave stone and rise into even air. The boy asks a soft question about tomorrow's route north. We follow the river where it keeps the gentlest grade, he answers. The boy nods and touches the rod as if greeting an elder. Tools hold memory the way pages hold a careful line. Allow the jaw to slacken slightly and keep the lips together. Let the breath slip in like a tide that needs no announcement. Soften the hands and notice their weight settle into ease. News fades to murmur as night absorbs the day's last noise. A few travellers find shelter near the shrine and small pool. Someone leaves a thank you scratched into the stone's back face. The foreman reads it and smiles without telling the boy. Gratitude travels well along roads that do not bruise feet. Far off, water in the strait changes direction with the moon. Ships align to the shift and wait for the signal of first light. The scribe places a final ribbon between 2 leaves and stands. He stretches his fingers and rubs warmth back into the knuckles. Candlelight makes the letters glow like tiny, patient walls. He thinks of riders on the road who trust crown and ditch. He thinks of families learning new endings for old village names. He thinks of the city by water adjusting to unfamiliar stewards. He breathes once more, then covers the ink and closes the chest. When morning comes again, the road will answer with the same calm. Wheels will hum, hooves will place, and drivers will waste less strength. Bells will cross the valley with notes for waking, not warning. The foreman will check the grade where dew gathers into beads. The scribe will open a page to receive another measured day. Between them, a region keeps its shape during slow currents of change. Stones and letters agree on what steadiness can offer to strangers. Beyond the hills, a narrow crossing links one shore to another. Fishermen know the turn where currents braid under a low headland. They watch lanterns on distant ships slide like quiet planets. The road tends toward that water, the way ink tends toward lines. Winds settle before dawn, and gulls circle once, then drift inland. On the bank, a small track angles to a beach of packed shells. Near there, a watcher lifts a hand, then lets it fall in silence. The shore wakes with a low, even swell against stone. Hooves find the crown where the road meets the ferry lane. A thin bell from the hill monastery shapes the first minutes. Drivers settle harness rings and check the quiet load ropes. The foreman and the boy stand where gravel feels firm. He tests the grade with a rod and hears water settle. The ditch draws a slow ribbon toward reeds that whisper back. Edge is clear, the boy says, barely above the morning hum. The foreman nods and lifts a small clod from the line. He crumbles it and lets grit fall level across the seam. The wheel that follows hums without stutter along the joint. Carts bearing amphorae smell faintly of oil and smoke. The river mouth takes the scent toward the open strait. A gull crosses, silent, as if counting steps in the air. Relax the tongue so it rests behind the teeth like folded cloth. Loosen the brow. then breathe out longer than you breathed in. Let the shoulders drape as if a warm shawl found them. Across the yard, a scribe opens shutters to the pale light. He lays a rule along blank parchment and draws faint guides. The nib drinks a measured breath of ink and waits calmly. He writes a clear date and a simple line about shipping. Bales from inland wool towns will arrive before dusk. He lists each warehouse by mark and by clerk on duty. A soft bell tone reaches his desk and steadies the hand. He adds a note about speech in the market since late winter. Traders from the north choose endings that smooth old words. Children at play switch gently between songs in 2 cadences. The page records without judgment, the way a stone holds sun. He leaves space for marginal weather and closures at the key. Calm entries help households judge when to start or stay. Reliable pages reduce noise when tides swing mood or coin. Let jaw joints ease as if unhooked from small, needless effort. Draw breath low, feel it widen under the ribs, then release softly. Imagine a thin ray on a desk sliding across each quiet line. The road beyond the ferry rises toward fields of grey stubble. Masons repair a little church where roof tiles slide in wind. The foreman watches a lift and signals for one more wedge. Pilgrims will climb this approach without losing their breath. He smooths a patch near the threshold where hooves scuffed. A priest thanks him for a path that does not punish knees. Bless the hands that keep water honest, the priest murmurs. Inside, chants begin with careful steps across the nave. A reader holds a book older than the door hinges. Its script ties the present to older teachers by river towns. The scribe copies a hymn index for parish use next week. He notes that rites keep weeks organised across changing rulers. East and West choose different words for shared hopes. The record stays gentle while lines of belief harden outside. Set down your tongue again and rest the lips without pressing. Let each exhale lengthen by a heartbeat, then soften to quiet. Notice where the chair meets the body and give weight freely. Near noon, sails ride a clean wind toward the outer roads. Colours at the stern differ from last spring's familiar flags. A trader points and names western cities quickly and low. The foreman hears new coins ring with a thinner pitch. He weighs one in his palm and reads a cross and a lion. He returns it to the driver without comment, only a nod. Roads do not choose masters, they choose slopes and drains. At his desk, the scribe receives word from the harbour scribes. Contracts now require seals cut in Latin, lengthy and neat. He writes that keys to certain storehouses changed named holders. He adds that some chapels use different hours for bells. He will send copies to villages that trade at dawn. Calm phrasing lowers fear even when warehouses grow strange. A ledger can hold still while hands above it shift places. Loosen the back of the neck and let the shoulders fall heavier. Breathe in gently as if fog crosses reeds, then breathe out longer. Picture a small candle holding steady while a door opens. Riders bring news inland about a city by the strait under siege. The scribe chooses plain words and inserts a dated line. Latins from the west occupy halls where emperors once sat. Venetian and allied lords divide docks and levy careful dues. He names no injuries and lists only offices moved or restored. Clerks and pilots must answer to different houses by dawn. Calm entries go out to markets that just need trading hours. Carts at the ferry now wait longer while seals are checked. The foreman watches ropes drawn across the simple ramp. He senses more lists and a sharper gaze at routine loads. He adjusts the queue so hooves keep rhythm and minds stay mild. One cart at a time, he tells the boy. Soft, yet firm. The boy repeats the words like refrain set to road noise. The line moves, even when flags and scripts are unfamiliar. Relax your forehead again, and let breath slide in without counting. Release any tension hiding near the ears with a slow exhale. Feel both hands rest heavier and warmer into the moment. Evening settles with the bell giving 2 notes across damp air. The scribe tidies quills and knots small ribbons for labels. He adds a margin reminder to collect a coastal tariff slate. The list of saints' days aligns with markets in older inland towns. He marks where language in letters will likely need both forms. This is how a split world keeps agreements from tearing. 2 scripts can carry one weight when ledgers remain steady. The foreman and the boy walk the crown toward the north bend. They test the shoulder where wheels have grazed the edge. He shows how to read faint scrapes for weak sections. The boy learns to answer with sand rather than heavy stone. Water respects a patiently packed seam much more than force. Night finds them near the shrine, where travellers rest quietly. A jug waits with fresh water under a low shelter of reeds. Soften the tongue again and rest breath like a tide at slack. Loosen the cheeks, then let the next exhale lengthen itself. Picture starlight lying along the ditch until dew comes. Weeks turn and summers walk the ridges without hurry or drama. Inside town walls, merchants adopt new tallies and shorter scales. Some prayers shift language, some return to older cadences. The scribe records which parishes observe which calendars. He adds notes where markets bend to fleets rather than fields. He leaves room for rain and for winds that close the outer road. Quiet detail saves a householder from walking in vain. The foreman oversees a causeway where marsh meets grain. He lays brush mats and crowns light to spare drag and wheel. Passing herds keep to the centre because the grade invites them. The road learns new feet without forgetting older steps. He remembers Latin words for measures and ditch depths. He speaks now in local speech learned at market and shrine. The stones do not mind, so long as they are seated true. Rest the jaw and let the lips touch with no pressure between. Draw a slow breath in and release it longer one more time. The spine can be tall and easy, like grass that will not break. Word spreads of coastal halls under Western rule for some years. A map in the scribe's chest grows crowded with tidy notes. Latin and Venetian lords hold certain ports and narrow lanes. Inland abbots keep accounts with orthodox language and rhythm. In fairs, traders move between both with small, practiced bows. He writes that division of rights does not end neighbourly bargains. Roads and ledgers translate when mouths struggle for words. A caravan pauses where the ferry line meets a stone marker. A driver asks the foreman about grade beyond the next ridge. Keep left at the bend and the crown will carry you, he answers. The driver smiles and flicks the rein gently for a calm start. In this way, small guidance keeps goods from breaking. The road gives back what steady hands put there years ago. Even in shifting epochs, a crown can hold a trader's trust. Breathe in as if you were warming your hands near a late lamp. Breathe out slowly and feel the shoulders settle lower again. Imagine the bell's note fading across a bay and returning. Mid-century pages fill with births, deaths, and house repairs. The scribe thinks often of names that change, but walls endure. He marks that a royal title moved from one line to another. He lists which granary doors now answer to a different seal. Rights continue in both forms where families have mixed. He prefers to record who holds keys rather than heated claims. Calm lists turn rumours into schedules that do not frighten. The foreman studies a weak culvert after 2 months of rain. He lifts stones and sets them with hands that do not rush. The boy holds the lamp and learns the hush of careful work. They pack the seam, then wait to hear water hum again. When it does, the foreman smiles without showing much tooth. Patience has a sound that only the ditch and crown reveal. It is the same sound that hooves love when days run long. Release the tiny muscles beside the nose and under the eyes. Let the breath become almost silent and wide at the base. If the mind wanders, return to the sound of even hooves. Letters from the coast mention pilots watching the strait at night. Lamps mark channels where currents hold ships close and firm. Crews from many ports share cord, bread, and brief words. The scribe copies these notes and files them by season. Ships now leave on timetables crediting far western patrons. Inland granaries still answer to abbots and town councils. Two kinds of time beat together without tearing villages apart. By year's end, a new clerk stamps crates with Latin numerals. The foreman sees them and remembers the old Roman marks. He thinks about circles. He thinks about steady, repeating needs. Trade always asks the road the same kind of patient service. What changes is the hand that writes the permit or collects dues. He teaches the boy to read a rut the way a clerk reads a line. Both keep things moving when talk grows sharp or loud elsewhere. Relax your shoulders once more and soften the breath at the lips. Hold a brief pause at the end of the exhale without striving. Let the jaw hang slightly heavier, then return to quiet resting. We reach a span of years when maps grow nervous and dense. The scribe writes about alliances that do not last a winter. Towns pledge to one house and then to another at harvest. He sets each switch in plain words and leaves space for change. It is better to expect edits than to insist on a final shape. He notes that roads, mills, and shrines remain open regardless. People have to live. Ledgers should respect the daily bread. At the shore, the ferry shelter faces a wider field of flags. Crews speak many languages and point toward the south. The foreman hears a rumour about forces gathering beyond water. He does not write it down. He watches the ditch hold steady. If slopes are honest, carts will pass without accident or delay. He and the boy walk the crown until the last light thins. The bell sounds and the sound climbs, then falls into reeds. Breathe in quietly through the nose and let it settle low. Breathe out as if smoothing a page and laying it flat. Feel the bed or chair meet you with the same patient support. A winter storm leaves fewer ships in the outer roads for days. The scribe writes that markets should measure grain carefully. He lists substitute goods for households near the fisheries. Calm advice travels farther than alarm under cold skies. He adds that certain halls still honour older measures inland. Balance is possible when towns prefer bread to slogans. The page ends with a small dot and a ribbon laid to dry. The foreman checks a milestone that leans toward the ditch. He beds it deeper so the number faces travellers cleanly. He remembers when the stone was set in a different rain. Numbers endure where names feel less secure in hard seasons. The boy asks how often milestones must be seated anew. When ground shifts, he says, or when the eye says it leans. The boy nods, learning to trust measures that live in sight. Soften the base of the skull, then release any tightness in the throat. Keep the breath slow and quiet, easy as dawn opening a gate. Imagine quiet wheels crossing a bridge that never throws ajar. Toward mid-14th century, messages darken but keep courtesy. The scribe copies a line about a crossing at Gallipoli. The date is clear, and the handwriting is careful and sure. He does not add comment, only leaves room for later notes. The record will need more pages, and he prepares extra leaves. Bells in town still sound the hour for bread and study. Calm entries anchor a harbour when banners change above it. On the road, traders speak of new riders on the far bank. The foreman listens, tests a joint, and notes the seam's response. Hooves prefer steadiness, no matter whose colours fly nearby. He teaches the boy to pack from the crown out to the edge. Work like this keeps carts from breaking on tight. Nervous days. The river keeps its glide, and the ditch keeps its whisper. Each part knows its task and does not ask for acclaim. Breathe out longer now and feel the ribs move like gentle doors. Inhale quietly and picture a lantern that does not flare. Let stillness gather at the centre and hold it without effort. The scribe folds a notice and binds it for inland abbeys. It lists coastal offices as they currently stand this week. It names no quarrel, only the hours when windows open. He adds a line that parish schools remain in their care. He writes that rights continue in forms both older and newer. The page gives comfort through the shape of calm sentences. Words can be a harbour when storms ride the great channel. The foreman stands with the boy where sand meets firm gravel. They watch a small boat cross with oars that kiss the tide. The boy points at a faint standard far toward the south. We keep the crown true, the foreman says, eyes on the grade. He does not look long at the flags. He looks at the seam. Tomorrow there will be carts, and they must not waste strength. A good road softens the news that the wind brings inland. Release all effort in the face and let the eyes grow heavy. Draw one more long exhale and pause softly at the end. Feel warmth collect in the hands before the next quiet breath. Night takes the shore in a gentle, even sweep from east to west. Lamps mark the ferry posts and the first stones of the crown. The bell on the hill sounds once and then lets silence widen. The scribe sets quills to rest and straightens the stacked leaves. The foreman checks the shrine jug and pulls a reed across it. These small acts keep people steady when maps begin to shift. They are the work that does not break when banners arrive. Far out, the strait lies between two long, dark arms of land. Ships face the channel and wait for dawn to decide their course. Gulls sleep on pilings that do not care which way flags fly. Page waits for the lines that tomorrow will certainly require. A road waits for hooves and wheels that tomorrow will bring. The air rests, and the ground rests, and the hands rest also. Somewhere beyond the dark, a light lifts and then lowers again. Morning seeps through the shutters of a market hall by the quay. A ledger lies open where the benches meet a pillar of oak. The keeper tests his reed pen against a strip of scrap. He draws 2 careful strokes to wake the ink without hurry. Outside, carts settle, ropes slacken, and barrels edge into shade. Overhead, pigeons trade places along a beam already warm. The first line of the day waits for a steady hand. He writes the date in a clear, even script across the margin. A seal impression dries near the corner, faintly smelling of wax. Crates of grain from upstream docks take the upper page. Cheese and wool list neatly in their older, familiar columns. He leaves spaces for coin, for weight, and for each payer's mark. A trader bows with a small smile and a folded chit. Place your sign here, the keeper says, voice level and kind. Let the shoulders settle away from the ears, soft and effortless. Rest the tongue behind the teeth and let the jaw hang easy. Breathe out longer than the breath you brought in. Along the quay, a quiet rhythm grows under light steps and rows. Young men cross the square in uniforms made simple for drill. Their instructor speaks a few clear words and lets silence teach. The echo returns from a nearby wall and fades into gulls. The keeper looks up, hears soles meet stone at an even pace. He notes a time when the square was only for carts and bells. Now a new cadence shares space with scales, ropes and chalk. The page receives a heading for dues collected before noon. Beside it he marks a brief note about the coastal strait. Ships carry tidings from the narrow crossing at Gallipoli. The line names the place with a date from those earlier years. No comment follows, only a space for routes that now change. He has learned that calm lines carry merchants through weather. A ledger can hold steady while banners try their turns above. Unfurl the breath gently and feel the ribs widen without effort. Release the brow and let the eyes rest heavier on the scene. A long exhale smooths the page like a palm over linen. By mid-morning, brass scales shine where sun reaches the table. Coins arrive from many hands, some cool, some warm from pockets. The marks on their faces blend crosses, calligraphy, and crowns. He counts without bias and sets values agreed in last council. Behind him, the drill continues with measured turns and halts, left, right. The instructor calls, clear but not harsh or loud. Footsteps answer together like rain on a roof of slate. The keeper adds a quiet line about the market's divided hours. Some shops close early for prayers conducted in one tradition. Others ring a bell and fill the air with steady chanted tone. He writes without judgment, only noting the times for buyers. The page becomes a bridge between rites that share streets. People arrive, trade, and depart with baskets never inspected twice. The system expects courtesy more than a single manner of faith. Relax the jaw again, and let the breath leave on a soft ribbon. Drop the shoulders further and let warmth spread across the chest. Picture ink settling into paper fibres with patient, even grace. A messenger enters and bows, holding a folded order with care. The seal presses clean, and script runs firm across the sheet. It confirms authority to collect dues in both old and new coin. The keeper nods, files the paper, and returns to his stool. He writes a simple note beside wheat and cheese entries. Collections continue under rules that balance field and harbour. Words like these calm a quay that listens to every rumour. At the far door, a boy watches the drill with cautious excitement. He wears plain clothes and carries a bundle tied with cord. A recruiter speaks gently, explains lessons, and offers bread. The boy answers questions slowly, eyes down, voice almost lost. The instructor nods and points toward the training line in shadow. Stand there, breathe steadily, and listen for the cadence, he says. The boy moves, placing his feet where chalk marks guide him. Soften the muscles around the mouth and feel the lips rest lightly. Draw a slow breath that arrives soft through the nose and stays low. Let the next exhale be longer and quieter than the last. The ledger receives an afternoon set of names and small tallies. Fishermen bring nets of silver bodies, still cold from dawn water. Nets are recorded by weight and by cove of origin, tidy and clear. The keeper writes that license holders may shift with changing lords. He lists the chapel that will host meetings for new fee schedules. This is how the market persists when politics redraws thresholds. These columns reassure households who need bread before dusk. He remembers another entry from decades before this morning. The page then noted a battle at a field called Kosovo. Supplies had paused for a time and then returned with care. The lines did not discuss heroes or grief in any bright words. They only recorded the days when shipments slowed and resumed. He traces that older ink with a finger and lets the thought pass. The doorway admits light, and the pen returns to present tasks. Unclench the hands and let the fingers lengthen on your lap. Invite the neck to lengthen gently while the chin dips a little. Breathe out as if fog were slipping across a quiet river bend. At a side desk, an elder clerk speaks with a visiting priest. Together they compare calendars for the next 2 market fairs. One uses a liturgical count, one follows a different rule. The keeper adds both schedules along a shared column. Buyers read the hour, bakers read the day, life stays smooth. He writes the word millet where it fits an index of houses. Communities keep rights while sharing streets, wells, and lanes. Outside, the instructor leads steps that curl around the square. The pattern sets balance and attention in each new recruit. Voices stay low when orders fall towards subtler drills. A boy passes the ledger table, eyes catching the neat columns. "Sir, how do you keep all names clear in such lines?" he asks. I leave space, write slowly, and return when a mark looks unsure. The keeper replies. The boy nods, and his shoulders drop into an easier poise. Let the breath flow in without push, and out without any strain. Feel the weight of your body supported, present, and at ease. Imagine a bell tone far away that widens and then fades. The noon bell cools, and shade stretches across the counting bench. A merchant from inland valleys places jars of honey on felt. He hands over a chit from a council allowed their own schools. The keeper writes their name in a script the teacher prefers. He places a tiny dot to show exemption for a holy day. The next entry uses another script for a coastal quarter. A ledger becomes bilingual without raising voice or furrowed brow. He marks the passage of time by thin ribbons across sections. A faint line records the day Constantinople changed its name. After that, the supply routes bent as harbours learned new clocks. He did not change the old title in earlier pages. He moved on. The square never closed for more than a day or two. Boats adjusted, ropes learned new knots, and scales kept balance. Words adapt, he thinks. Yet grain still weighs the same in hand. Relax the brow and let the eyes soften into a wider, kinder focus. Ease the shoulders once more and let the chest rise like a tide. Return to a long, slow exhale that leaves without hurry or grip. Near the gate, a small group enters in travel-worn wool and leather. They ask for directions to the quarter where their church stands. The keeper points gently and gives a lane and a landmark. Past the well, right at the fig tree. Third door with a lamp, he says. They bow, relieved that the answer required no heavy words. In the margins, he notes that this quarter prefers afternoon trade. Such details keep peace where streets loop and voices mingle. From the far side, the instructor finishes drill and gives a nod. The recruits stack staves and loosen belts with quiet motions. The senior boy checks rows and thanks each with a short phrase. Water, rest, then writing, then steps again, he reminds them softly. Footfalls scatter to shade where water jars wait beside benches. The square returns to a softer rhythm of carts and queries. Training lives among shops rather than apart behind distant walls. Let the jaw hinge rest free again, heavy but pleasant and warm. Draw a breath that gathers low and then leaves long and smooth. Imagine footsteps pacing a corridor that returns to silence. Afternoon entries list spices, wax, and linen from a western ship. The captain brings a letter citing dues in a graceful foreign hand. The keeper notes the amount and the script used for the seal. A clerk from another quarter brings news for calendar adjustments. He writes that certain fasts will shift 3 days this season. Buyers circle the new times in charcoal along their doorframes. Schedules protect households from waste more than any speech. A group from the hills offers hides and requests a lenient rate. They serve a shrine older than the city walls by the quay. The keeper explains the rate and points to a footnote. It names the council that may apply for ease terms on feast weeks. Bring the note from your elder, and we will set it here, he says. Their shoulders lower at once, the market has room for nuance. The page receives a dot that will bloom into a line next week. Allow the back of the neck to lengthen as if supported by soft cloth. Breathe in gently and let the breath broaden beneath the ribs. Release it longer, and feel the whole body settle deeper. News drifts across the benches about a great city now transformed. Traders mention new schools and courts along streets once imperial. The keeper writes, as always, in quiet letters that place and date. The page never claims final verdicts on any grand design. It keeps track of who opens shutters at dawn and at dusk. It names when meat stalls close and which wells stay public. Such information outlasts speeches and anchors. Boats to piers. Toward late day, a young recruit approaches the desk politely. He requests a list of tutors for his first lessons in script. The keeper tears a narrow strip and writes names with addresses. Write slowly. Leave space. And breathe. Between each line, he advises. The recruit smiles, folding the strip carefully into his sleeve. He will march, and he will read, both with measured attention. The square watches, approving with the stillness found in heat. Soften any remaining effort in the shoulders and face, then rest. Let the next inhale arrive like a tide lifting a small boat. Let the next exhale leave like that boat gliding from shore. The ledger gathers one more section before the evening bell. It lists communities by right, and the dues agreed for this quarter. Orthodox parishes appear beside Latin ones without any complaint. A Jewish quarter shows allocations for fairs and closed days. A Muslim ward notes hours for sermons and quiet midday prayers. The keeper places check marks where meetings confirmed last night. This is the millet arrangement, written as neighbours rather than rivals. Across the square, the instructor receives a visitor from another town. They compare notes on training halls near the river road. The visitor smiles at the markets open. Shared arrangement. You drill where people trade. Does it cause complaint? He asks. We keep time, we respect lines, and we leave space for carts, comes the reply. The visitor nods and watches a line pass without hindrance. Coexistence is a craft learned in public, not a sealed chamber. Release the breath again, long and unforced, down to the quiet base. Rest the tongue and soften the lips as they barely touch. Imagine twilight sliding across tiles and into slow water. The keeper files a small memo about conversions in the interior. He writes in gentle words about households choosing a new path. Such change has been notable in Albania, Bosnia and Kosovo. He does not judge. He records where dues and rights now align. The page marks schools that shift their hours to a different clock. Bakers and butchers adjust deliveries to respect those days. Markets adapt first so families avoid waste and worry. He thinks of the earlier roadmasters and the quiet monastery pages. Many hands before his drew lines that outlasted sudden storms. The Empire now holds a mosaic of communities under one roof. The ledger shows how that roof admits light through many panes. He underlines a meeting where tax and charity balanced well. Bread was set aside for each quarter in fair proportions. Small mercies give sturdier shelter than speeches about unity. Uncurl the toes and let the feet feel heavier against the ground. Breathe in through the nose for comfort, then breathe out even longer. Allow the mind to rest on a single sound, perhaps a distant bell. Late in the day, a boat captain asks about duties for the river route. The keeper explains tables set by the Harbour and Inland Council. He points to a column where coin equivalence is listed clearly. Mark your log with these numbers and keep it dry, he says. The captain nods, grateful for clarity that saves quarrels at locks. Words like these help water traffic when wind turns fickle. The page earns its keep by preventing shouts before they start. A small group arrives with boys from several villages near hills. They stand straight but shift weight like saplings in a breeze. The instructor greets each, gives water, and checks their names. He writes their towns in a neat hand on a narrow slate. You will learn letters and steps. Both protect your future, he says. The boys listen, and the square seems to hold its breath kindly. A new cohort joins a chain that stretches behind the present day. Let the breath fall into a smooth pattern without counting or control. Ease any last tightness across the forehead and around the eyes. Imagine ink drying, footsteps slowing, and a lamp finding its place. Now the bell on the hill sends a soft line across the roofs. Stalls begin to lower cloths while ledgers tighten their ties. The keeper draws a final stroke beneath the last entry. He threads a ribbon through the spine to hold the loose notes. Columns remain open for morning, for ships not yet arrived. The square holds a quiet expectation that work will resume. Evening does not erase the page. It only turns the light. Across the quay, recruits straighten mats and gather practice staves. They stack them where tomorrow will require the same calm ritual. The instructor looks at the line of boys and sees careful breath. Sleep. Then rise. We begin with letters before steps, he says. The words fold into twilight like boats tying off for night. The market's last scales are covered with cloth and set aside. The ledger rests near the seal, its corners warm from hands. Relax the jaw and allow a longer exhale to carry you deeper. Let the shoulders be completely supported by whatever holds you. Picture the market sleeping, streets wide and soft under starlight. In the keeper's house, a small lamp keeps the room friendly. He rewinds a cord around the day's notices and places them safe. A clean sheet sits ready for morning beside the pen. He thinks of routes crossing the narrow passage at the strait. He thinks of marches that once reached as far as Vienna. The record will greet all these with the same balanced ink. Tomorrow will bring names that fit within measured lines. The instructor walks past the sealed doors and toward the quay. He stops where the square meets water and hears the tide change. The city breathes with families, shops, schools, and halls. He He imagines these parts moving together like oars in rhythm. It is not simple, yet the sound tonight is calm and kind. He turns back toward the barracks with steady, unhurried steps. Lanterns bloom one by one along the lane and the narrow docks. Breathe out gently as if smoothing a page for one last time. Let the breath return without trying, easy and comfortable. Rest where you are, with a body that understands quiet. Somewhere inland, a council plans next week's fees and allowances. The keeper will copy those tables when the messenger arrives. He will add small notes that save a baker from wasted flour. He will mark teaching hours for wards under older and newer rites. The page will not debate faith. It will organise shared living. Under roofs from many centuries, people sleep and wake again, and the square will hear steps return, measured and unhurried. The morning opens with pale light across the quay and arcades. The ledger keeper unlocks his chest and lifts the familiar book. Paper smells faintly of resin, and the river carried on wind. He moistens a reed tip and tests a stroke on scrap. The square wakes in layers, carts first, then voices, then bells. A calm line waits for names that make the market breathe. He writes the date in careful letters and leaves a margin. He checks the column set aside for rites and closed hours. The list shows Orthodox parishes beside Latin ones without quarrel. A smaller column notes sermons and midday prayers in another quarter. The arrangement holds like a woven mat under many feet. He marks the baker who adjusted kneading to a different clock. Neighbours compare times, trade quietly, and keep streets polite. The book records respect as surely as it records dues. Let your shoulders soften as if warmed by light along a wall. Allow the breath to arrive low and smooth, steady through the nose. Exhale a little longer, as if quiet were spreading across water. At the edge of shade, the instructor reads names at an easy pace. Young recruits answer and file toward the practice yard with calm steps. A slate lists letters they will copy before later drills. The boy from yesterday holds a strip with 2 tutor names. He tucks it safe inside his sleeve and nods in thanks. Letters first, then feet, then letters again. The instructor says, "The pattern suits a city that prizes order without noise." The ledger keeper adds prices for oil, salt, and dyed cloth. A merchant from inland brings skins and asks about fair weights. The keeper points to brass plates and checks that both balance true. He writes the cove of origin and the gill that stamps hides. A visiting clerk arrives from the coastal strait with fresh notices. The sheet names Gallipoli again, not as news but as route. Ships still turn there to reach the harbours that feed this square. He remembers old entries about a field called Kosovo, far inland. The ink recorded delays and then the return of shipments. It kept to dates and weights and left colour to other pages. He closes that page gently and returns to present lines. Constantinople has a new name in recent sections of the book. Trade bent accordingly, but bread never paused more than necessary. A ledger survives banners by protecting people's daily timing. Let the brow loosen and the eyes settle comfortably in their sockets. Let the jaw rest with the tongue behind the teeth, light and easy. Breathe out longer than you breathed in, without counting or strain. Around the fountain, quiet talk mentions local chiefs growing bold. Notables collect favours and coins before coins reach the chest. Councils meet in cramped rooms to protect the old arrangements. The keeper records petitions that ask for steady rules and scales. He notes which guilds support new guards in the river quarter. A small circle by the margin marks promises that need witnesses. Promises hold better when several hands have seen them written. In the practice yard, the recruits copy letters upon a wax board. A teacher guides hands with patient taps and few spoken words. The boy writes his village name and erases the rough strokes. He tries again, and the lines grow straighter with each breath. Slow is smooth. Smooth is strong, the teacher murmurs kindly. Steps begin after the lesson on letters and figures. The yard echoes softly as if rain were meeting a tiled roof. A trader from far west brings sealed jars of honey and wax. He carries a paper citing rights under certain trade capitulations. The keeper reads the lines and measures coin as the table states. He writes both scripts used in the seal across the margin. A note reminds him to reconcile 2 rates before dusk. Privileges exist beside common dues, and patience keeps them tidy. The page prevents raised voices before they ever gather heat. Feel the neck lengthen gently as if supported by soft cloth behind. Inhale easy, and let the ribs widen like doors opening today. Send the breath out like tidewater sliding from a quiet shore. The instructor leads a drill that shares space with baskets and ropes. He draws a square on the ground and walks its edges twice. The boys follow, counting heartbeats rather than numbers. A vendor passes with figs and sets a tray near the shade. Water first, then figs, then slate again. The instructor says. The group drinks, thanks him, and returns to measured copies. Market work and training move together without friction or fuss. The keeper adds a careful paragraph about conversions in upland towns. Many households now keep hours aligned with sermons on Friday. Bosnian valleys show similar changes in earlier pages of the book. Albanian ports change sooner as captains favoured inland clans. He writes without comment and adjusts the quarters closed days. Bread arrives in the morning where prayers gather at noon. The columns align. That is the purpose of such a ledger. A man in uniform brings a request for lists of skilled apprentices. He needs carvers, smiths, and boys strong with figures. The keeper turns pages and copies 3 names on a strip. This one reads well and steadies others, he says softly. The officer nods and seals the strip with a small stamp. Smoke from braziers rises in a thin line beside the arcade. The square smells of pine resin and wet rope. Release any tightness in the fingers and let the hands rest open. Receive the next breath as if listening with the ribs and throat. Let the exhale lengthen, warm and slow, without effort or aim. By noon, 2 consuls enter with a translator and a leather case. They ask about dues already paid on cloth unloaded yesterday. The keeper shows receipts and points to sealed tallies in wax. The translator smiles and repeats terms in a practice sequence. Traders exhale together. Clarity helps them plan the road inland. The keeper notes a brief meeting in the margin for later reference. Minutes written now save hours of grief when memory blurs. Across the yard, the recruits shift from letters to quiet formations. The captain demonstrates turns that keep a lane free for passing carts. He reminds them service lives near people. Not apart behind stone. A woman with baskets crosses, and the row parts without confusion. Eyes soft, steps small. Lane clear, the captain says with care. The boys enjoy the simple skill of moving without blocking others. The market approves with a hush that feels like trust. The keeper receives word of a debt office forming in the capital. It will watch revenues and set strict windows for payments due. He writes the notice in small letters beside the tax tables. Traders will need exact timing and seals to pass toll gates. The book will help them arrive on time with the right coins. He adds a thin ribbon to mark the page for frequent use. Ribbons guide hands as lanes guide feet across a crowded square. Allow the gaze to soften as if viewing across water at twilight. Let the shoulders drop a little more, heavy and easy and warm. Exhale, and imagine a bell tone widening and then fading away. In a side room, guild elders discuss troubles with a local strongman. He insists on a private fee before allowing carts through a pass. The keeper carefully copies their complaint onto clean parchment. He writes dates, names, and the exact demand placed upon them. He leaves an empty line for the reply promised by counsel. He stamps the bottom with the market seal and dries the ink. Documentation gives ordinary people a hedge against rough power. The recruits pause for bread, water, and a short lesson in numbers. The teacher draws a simple table for weights and measures. He shows how merchants convert inland loads to harbour measures. Know this table and you will understand most disputes, he says. The boys nod and practice adding and dividing on slate. Letters, numbers, and steps weave into one cloth of service. The yard breathes as one body while the square hums nearby. A caravan from the north arrives with timber and rough wool. They hold papers from their church naming feast days and rest hours. The keeper nods and writes exemptions clearly beside dues. He points to a column listing shared closed days across quarters. They thank him, and their faces soften with the relief of order. The pages make neighbours visible to one another under strain. Visibility prevents harsh surprises and keeps tempers cool. Invite the jaw to loosen again, as if unhooking a small clasp. Let the breath slip in, round and quiet, then leave longer and softer. Feel the weight of your body fully supported where you sit or lie. Afternoon heat silvers the air between tents and the fountain. The keeper turns to older pages that show the city's first schools. He sees a margin note about a teacher from a Bosnian town. Another note records a mason from an Albanian port. The book becomes a chorus of places feeding one harbour. People changed rights at different times, and trades learned new hours. Bread arrived at dawn either way, and boats left with equal haste. The senior clerk brings 2 folded reports about unruly guards upriver. He whispers that certain units ignore council rates at crossings. The keeper writes a short referral to Harbour Council. He adds witnesses' names to protect the traders who complained. Bring 3 chits like these, and we will set a hearing, he says. The clerk bows and wraps the papers with twine and care. Grievance handled well keeps wagons rolling and tempers even. The instructor ends drills and invites boys to read in the shade. He opens a small book and traces simple lines with his finger. The story describes a ferry and a river that never hurries. The boys follow the words and match sounds to letters. Their breathing slows as attention deepens toward the page. 1 line at a time, the instructor says with a smile. Calm study and quiet steps teach the same muscle in different ways. Let your shoulders soften once more and feel warmth spreading outward. Inhale slowly as if filling a clay jar without spilling a drop. Exhale as if smoothing fresh linen across a waiting table. Toward late afternoon, a captain returns with a concern about supplies. He needs flour, oil, and simple cloth for the training hall. The keeper sets aside fair amounts from the next arrivals. He notes that supplies will be shared with nearby schools. Soldiers and students will eat bread from the same ovens. Sharing removes envy before it can sneak into bedrooms. The ledger makes this choice visible and therefore firm. Across the square, 2 elders from different rites discuss a festival. They agree on music hours to avoid crossing the sermon time. The keeper writes their plan into the market's public page. He posts a copy near the fountain where notices cluster. Thank you for writing it clearly, one elder adds softly. Clear plans never sleep. They guard peace while people rest. The page will hold even after names change on the walls. A messenger from the interior brings rough news of armed quarrels. A local chief refused a council order and seized a toll gate. The boy recruit stands nearby and listens with wide eyes. The instructor places a hand on his shoulder and directs him away. Letters now, lad. The gate will be handled by those appointed, he says. The boy nods and returns to the waxboard and patient lines. Learning continues while the square absorbs each rumour without heat. Unclasp the small muscles around the eyes and let vision feel wider. Draw a breath that arrives low and quiet, cresting like a small wave. Let it fall back, long and smooth, without any rush at all. The keeper drafts notices for guilds about new inspection windows. He aligns time so fishermen and millers avoid long idle waits. He chooses words that make fairness appear plain to busy minds. A fair sentence travels further than a threat ever could. He sands the ink with fine powder and shakes the page clean. He files copies for each quarter and seals them with care. Small signals keep the market running while politics heaves and shifts. The recruits gather for one last practice of turns around carts. The instructor arranges barrels to form a lane and a square. He places a stool for an elder who watches with a friendly gaze. The boys pass and bow to her as they switch points. Good manners are half of any art, she says kindly. The instructor smiles and dismisses them for water and rest. The yard grows quiet except for sandals scuffing toward shade. The keeper studies a map pinned behind his desk with 2 tacks. Roots wind like threads from the straight, then fork toward hills. He traces a finger where a pass has troubled traders lately. He prepares a proposal to move some loads by river instead. He frames it as a test, temporary and gentle on each guild. Pilots will guide the trial without cost for the first week. Experiments that protect bread usually win support in time. Let your breath become an easy tide, returning and receding without effort. Feel weight settling into the surface that carries you without strain. Soften the tongue and lips and allow the jaw to rest heavy. An old janissary visits the yard and speaks quietly with the instructor. He asks after the boys and watches their reading in the shade. The keeper greets him with respect and offers a seat. They talk about letters helping soldiers weigh orders with care. A steady reader makes a steadier guard, the elder says. He taps the ledger and smiles at the neat columns of trade. Civic order and military order meet best upon a shared page. A ship from the south ties off and lowers a gangplank gently. A family steps onto the quay holding a letter for the council. They seek schooling under the rules of their familiar rite. The keeper writes their names and the quarter they will join. He notes the school's schedule and a fee reduction for the first term. The page makes room, and the city breathes a little deeper. Hospitality recorded becomes habit rather than a passing mood. Release whatever effort remains in the brow and across the face. Inhale gently through the nose and feel the back widen softly. Exhale as though a lantern wick were dimming to a quiet glow. Twilight gathers along the rooflines while market cloths descend. The ledger receives 2 last entries for oil and simple grain. He ties the ribbon around the book and seals the chest. The instructor counts staves, wipes slates, and thanks the tutor. The square smells of dust, warm stone, and a fainted spice note. Bell tones cross the roofs from different towers without conflict. A day ends that began with order and ended with order held. In the keeper's small room, a lamp lights a neat writing board. He reviews complaints, promises, and proposals set for morning. He stacks them in an order that favours bread and roots. The city rests on such choices more than on proud speeches. He opens a narrow drawer and folds the ribbon flat. Calm lives in simple tools placed exactly where they belong. The lamplight reaches the spine of the ledger and lingers kindly. The instructor walks the empty yard once more, slow and unhurried. He checks that the gate latches without sticking in damp air. He looks toward the harbour and counts 3 anchored masts. Voices drift faint from a tavern, low and without edge. He steps toward home along the lane kept clear by training. Tomorrow we start with letters again. He tells the quiet yard. The words feel like a promise the stones already understand. Let the breath leave long and soft, easing you into deeper quiet. Picture the square asleep, the book closed and the lamp dimmed. Rest in that image as if it were a blanket over your chest. Far inland, councils will meet and argue about passes and rights. A messenger will ride at first light carrying 2 clean rulings. The keeper will copy them and post them near the fountain. The instructor will mark time on a slate and call the boys. Letters, numbers, and steps will fill the morning with measure. The market will answer with ropes, weights, and careful coins, and the city will keep learning how to share the same streets. Night air settles over the quay while shutters fold against the breeze. The ledger keeper trims his lampwick and smooths a blank page. Oil draws a soft oval of light across wooden grain and ink. He stacks receipts, ties them with twine, and squares each corner. Across the lane, the instructor secures the gate and counts staves. Their routines meet like 2 small streams returning to one river. Habit is the quiet shoemaker for a city's walking day. He lifts the ledger and reads yesterday's last entry again. It lists 2 exemptions for a parish market and a Friday closure. The ink stands dry and even beside a careful marginal note. He nods and closes the book to keep the night simple. Breath leaves him slowly as if the lamp were breathing too. Window frames hold the harbour's hush like bowls hold water. He lets darkness gather where it wishes and sleeps easily. At dawn, the quay wakes to rope creaks and a gull's distant call. The keeper sets the ledger open and checks the date lines. A porter brings a stack of notices tied with green bands. The notices describe new windows for toll counters at the Strait. They mention inspectors arriving with scales and stamped measures. He reads twice and copies a summary and steadies to a surrounded hand. Clarity put in ink becomes a service available to everyone. Let the shoulders drop the width of a finger and soften the jaw. Inhale gently through the nose and feel the ribs widen quietly. Exhale a little longer, warm and slow, like tide leaving sand. A small caravan appears from the inland road before the sun climbs. Carts carry wool, smoked fish, and bundles of dyed thread. The first cart stops and the driver presents a folded letter. It names a feast day for his parish and its permitted hours. The keeper writes the exemption in the column for religious observance. He notes the guild, the weight, and a remark on altered timing. The page accepts difference and transforms it into agreement. Near the fountain, the instructor checks slates before calling the boys. He writes 3 letters on a board and points to slow curves. Hands follow the chalk lines with a patience taught yesterday. Light hands, steady eyes. Breathe with the line, he says. The boys shape each letter twice and lift their faces calmly. Footwork waits until the letters can stand without trembling. Literacy steadies service the way stone steadies a bridge span. A clerk from a debt office walks up with a tin cylinder. He asks about revenue windows and dues already cleared this week. The keeper opens a drawer and produces clean receipts. He shows the seals for oil, salt, and coloured cloth. The clerk thanks him and lowers his voice to mention delays upriver. Certain strong men still demand private fees along narrow passes. The keeper writes witnesses, places, and dates in the index. Feel the brow loosen and the eyes rest comfortably in their sockets. Let the breath rise through the chest like a small evening wind. Send it back slowly as if smoothing a quiet pool with palm. At the yard, letters give way to measured steps across a marked square. The instructor paces the edge and lets the boys count breaths. A baker crosses the lane with a tray of bread for the shop. The row parts and reforms without losing rhythm or kindness. Lane clear, shoulders low, return to your place, he says softly. The boys enjoy the skill of moving without raising dust. They drink water and hold still while pulse returns to ease. The keeper makes a midday note concerning conversions in upland towns. He lists Albanian ports where the Friday closure arrived first. Another line mentions Bosnian valleys where change ran along rivers. A third line records Kosovo towns where schedules bend toward noon. He adds that bread still arrives at dawn in almost every quarter. The columns align, and daily life continues its quiet pact. A page that holds differences becomes a polite neighbour. An old soldier appears at the yard, his step slow but stable. He greets the instructor and watches boys copy letters in shade. Letters before orders, still the good rule, he murmurs gently. The instructor agrees and points to a line about weights. A boy recites the table for measures and their harbour forms. The old soldier smiles and nods toward the ledger across the lane. Reading makes obedience thoughtful and service gentle in the street. Invite the neck to lengthen, as if a soft cloth supported your head. Inhale slowly without effort and let the breath reach low. Let the exhale travel longer, like twilight stretching across roofs. News arrives that inspectors will cross the strait within the week. The keeper drafts a placard with times and clear instructions. He writes that religious windows remain honoured as before. He reminds guilds to keep scales ready for checks in sequence. The placard names 3 streets where lines should form politely. He posts a copy by the fountain and one under the arcade. Words placed publicly remove much of the heat from rumour. The instructor reorganises the afternoon lesson around that placard. He tells the boys to imagine a line of carts and baskets. They practice creating lanes around an imagined queue of neighbours. We keep order so trade and worship never obstruct each other, he says. The boys nod and repeat the short sentence aloud. Simple phrases teach quickly and leave minds unruffled. The yard breathes in one slow tempo with the square. Toward midday, a merchant from the west checks his treaty privileges. He presents a sheet printed with clauses in 2 scripts. The keeper compares the lines against the market's standing tables. He writes both rates where the treaty meets the city code. A reconciling note guides both parties toward a fair exchange. Privilege and common duty walk side by side without colliding. The ledger keeps their pace even over many seasons. Allow the gaze to soften slightly as if looking across thin rain. Draw in a breath that feels round and effortless through the nose. Let it fall away, smooth and unhurried, toward the floor. A small deputation approaches from a neighbourhood near the old wall. They complain of men who demand fees at a hill pass. The keeper offers chairs and pours water to cool the voices. He copies their words exactly and asks for 2 more witnesses. He stamps the bottom and ties a copy for the Harbour Council. Bring this to the hearing, he says with quiet conviction. Paper turns anger into a path other people can follow. At the yard, a messenger delivers a sealed strip to the instructor. 3 names are requested for training in carpentry and figures. The instructor consults the slates and calls the boys forward. You read well and help your mates stay calm, he says. They bow and accept the summons with a natural composure. Letters have prepared them for many kinds of service. The yard returns to drills that protect a lane through crowds. The keeper writes an index card for schools by each quarter. It lists hours, rights, and fees adjusted for new arrivals. He notes that teachers from Bosnian towns opened classes near the quay. Albanian captains donated rope and timber for the roofs. The city's fabric stretches and receives without tearing at the seam. Hospitality becomes a timetable rather than a rumour with wings. Timetables survive storms better than promises spoken once. Loosen the small muscles around the mouth and let the tongue rest easy. Inhale low and long and let the ribs widen gently outward. Exhale as if warming the inside of a cupped hand with breath. A narrow boat from the strait brings a packet of coastal notices. One page reports unusual delays at a fortress near the Narrows. Another lists coin rates used by a northern port last month. The keeper compares them with his tables and marks a discrepancy. He drafts a suggestion to route certain loads by river trial. Pilots will guide the run for 3 days without extra fees. Flexibility keeps bread nearer to tables when gates grow sticky. The instructor introduces a reading from a small book on ferries. The story's river moves without hurry around rocks and reeds. Boys sound out the lines and breathe with each short phrase. Here, the boatman waits for current before raising the pole. He reads. The room quiets until only their breaths and pages remain. Calm attention instructs muscles more deeply than noise ever does. Service learns from water to be strong without strain. A minor official steps into the market and asks for account lists. He wears a sash and carries a seal with a worn edge. The keeper provides numbers for salt, grain, and cloth received. He adds notes on exemptions under church and mosque windows. The official presses his seal, thanks the keeper, and leaves. The page stays ready to answer a different question tomorrow. A book that answers calmly keeps the street itself at ease. Allow the shoulders to settle as if into warm sand at the shore. Let a soft breath arrive and pass without reaching for it. Rest the attention lightly on sound and then let sound drift. In the afternoon, two elders discuss festival drums and sermon times. They stand near the placard and compare lines and bells. The keeper writes their agreement in the market's public page. He posts a copy near the fountain where notices collect. Words keep rhythm for us when our ears disagree, one says. The other nods. Pleased by the plain phrasing and clear hours, the city sleeps better when expectations are printed cleanly. The instructor modifies formation drills to wrap around a long wagon. Boys practice opening space and closing gently behind it. He marks a simple grid on the ground and points to corners. Corners are promises about where you will be, he says. They practice until their feet find the pattern without strain. Passing neighbours nod in approval and step through with ease. Courtesy becomes muscle memory long before orders have weight. A ship's bell sounds from the quay and a sailor waves a letter. The note requests lodging for a family from a distant island. The keeper writes names, rights, and quarter where welcome fits. He notes school hours and where to find bread and water. He adds a line explaining festival quiet in their new street. The family bows, relieved that new rules already read like kindness. A page can make a foreign city feel almost like a friend. Let the breath deepen gently and release even longer than before. Picture calm water taking the shape of whatever vessel holds it. Allow the vessel to be your chest and the water your breath. Near sunset, a trader reports that guards upriver return to fair rates. He thanks the keeper for the hearing notice and collected names. The keeper notes compliance and removes the red circle from margins. He writes the date and draws a small check beside the pass. The square grows easier as gossip loses its sharp edges. The market sound softens into rope creaks and pages closing. Day moves toward a clean ledger and a quiet yard. The instructor gathers the boys for a final reading under the lintel. He chooses a paragraph about a bridge crossing the same river. Stones carry weight because they share it in small, steady arcs. Our steps will carry weight if we share it with each other, he says. The boys listen and let the idea settle like warm bread scent. They put the slates away and stack stools against the wall. The yard feels finished, not exhausted, and ready for tomorrow. Two consuls appear briefly with a translator and a leather case. They confirm that inspectors will measure weights at midweek. The keeper nods and shows the placard already posted by Fountain. The translator smiles at lines that answer questions before they rise. He repeats the instructions in another script for distant partners. The seal lands softly, and the case closes with a satisfying click. The square appreciates arrangements that protect bread and temper. Relax the space across the back and let it widen away from the spine. Draw a breath that arrives like night air through a garden. Let it leave without effort, as if through a wide-open door. Twilight climbs the walls and softens the edges of the arcade. The keeper ties the ledger ribbon and sets the chest aside. He wipes the table, counts receipts, and squares the stamp. Across the lane, the instructor lifts the latch once more. He checks the gate and listens to the harbour's regular hush. Lamps come on in dots and lines across the quarter. The city arranges itself for sleep with unshowy confidence. He walks home under a sky touched by the last bell's hum. A neighbour thanks him for clear tables and printed expectations. He smiles, nods, and says nothing more than is required. His work lives best without trumpet or parade around it. A page is a promise that the morning can keep. Promises like that keep a house light and a bed honest. The street receives his steps and returns them without echo. The instructor pauses at his door and looks toward the training yard. He thinks of the boys reading about ferries and bridges. He hopes the inspectors see neat lines and gentle lanes. He hopes the pass upriver stays fair under watching eyes. Letters again tomorrow, he whispers to the quiet gate. The words rest on the wood like dew on a cooled roof. The yard answers with stillness that feels like agreement. Let the breath curl downward and soften the belly like warming clay. Allow the jaw to hang easy and the eyes to rest heavy. Exhale slower than before and stay with the last thread of air. In distant rooms, louder men will argue about maps and claims. Lines will be proposed to satisfy seas and rivers and rails. Reports will mention valleys where rights meet and share windows. The ledger in the arcade will not choose sides or colours. It will keep names, dues, and hours that preserve neighbourly habits. The city will continue filling mornings with bread and measured steps. Markets survive better by kindness than by grand slogans and music. The keeper sets tomorrow's blotter and places the pen beside it. He aligns the stamp and folds a cloth over the inkstone. He stacks 2 page markers for notices expected after the inspection. Between them lies the small proposal for river route trials. Experiments that guard bread receive careful attention and time. He draws the curtains and listens to the harbour breathe out. The house becomes an island of quiet in a quiet bay. Across the lane, the instructor seals a small packet of copied lines. He will give it to 3 boys bound for carpentry training. The lines describe a lane, a square, and a respectful turn. He tucks the packet into a jar he will carry at dawn. He sits for a moment and lets his shoulders ease themselves lower. A day of careful instruction leaves the mind strangely calm. Calm can be learned the way letters are learned, 1 line at once. Let attention rest on the next breath as it appears by itself. Feel weight supported by the surface beneath without any effort. Exhale and imagine a bell widening and then falling into stillness. Far upriver, a courier lights a lantern and ties a satchel. He will ride at first light toward councils in the interior. The satchel holds complaints, receipts, and 1 gentle proposal. It holds enough order to make tomorrow easier than today. The rider's horse shifts quietly and breathes small clouds into night. Somewhere a scribe folds a map and sets down his rule. Paper keeps distances small enough for minds to cross. The keeper lies down and feels the body meet the mattress slowly. The lamp gives 1 last small flicker and then withdraws. He thinks of Gallipoli as a word in old pages of the book. He thinks of Kosovo as a margin note about delayed loads. He thinks of Constantinople renamed and trade turning accordingly. Names changed and routes bent, but bread kept arriving at dawn. That truth is steady enough to carry a house to sleep. Before sleep arrives, he remembers the old soldier's soft remark. Reading makes obedience thoughtful and service kinder in the street. He resolves to order more slates when inspectors finish their rounds. The boys will need practice for numbers if lines grow longer. A simple table can calm a crowd faster than a shout. He turns and feels the pillow cool against his cheek. A square of moonlight lies folded across the floorboards. Let the breath settle to a slow, familiar rhythm without counting it. Let the body know it can rest exactly where it already lies. Allow thoughts to float like small boats moored to a gentle dock. Morning will bring inspectors and copies of findings to the arcade. The placards will gather the thumbprints and neat short signatures. Please sign here, the keeper will say with quiet courtesy. The instructor will watch boys open lanes before any cart arrives. Lane clear, shoulders low, he will remind in a friendly tone. The square will respond by softening its sound to a warm hum. Market and yard will exchange thanks without needing any ceremony. Somewhere beyond the harbour, envoys prepare their trunks and seals. Their maps speak in lines that rise from tidier desks than stalls. Those lines will balance rivers and roads against claims and songs. The ledger will welcome whatever stain the street receives next. It will still record bread, hours, and rights under shared windows. It will still be read by hands that prefer calm to display. And the city will greet the day with steps that remember kindness. The room smells of paper and warm wax from a brass seal. A ruler rests across a cloth map while ink dries in the well. The surveyor draws a fine line that follows a mountain's slow shoulder. He pauses, lifts the nib and breathes as if measuring silence. Fingers test the paper's tooth and guide the next careful stroke. Outside, wheels roll softly and hooves tap the wet stones. Morning light spreads in a square on the drafting table. He notes the seas that frame this peninsula like calm brackets. Adriatic to the west, Aegean and Marmara toward the south. The Black Sea waits on the right edge of his measured field. Rivers mark the north debate with long, persuasive lines. Danube, Sava, and Kupa form one scholarly boundary in ink. He writes a small question mark where arguments crowd the margin. Maps confess doubts more honestly than speeches ever will. Across the street, an embassy clerk opens a bundle of dispatches. He reads the headings and stacks them in a quiet order. Some speak of parish schools and protected rights under older charters. Others report debts, tariffs, and foreign traders with special clauses. He warms a stick of wax and sets a seal with gentle pressure. Received and entered. he murmurs, and logs the hour in neat script. Paper, like water, takes the shape of every vessel set around it. Let your shoulders sink a little and let the jaw feel loose. Breathe in through the nose, calm and round, without any pull. Let the breath flow out longer, like tide retreating from sand. The surveyor writes a heading in small, confident letters. Eastern question, he writes, and underlines it once for clarity. He does not need rhetoric to describe the quiet contest here. A great empire weakens from within and from beyond its borders. Local strongmen grow bold and taxes clatter into private tills. Offices sell favours and courts bow to custom instead of equity. The veteran corps resists change and gates stay closed against reform. He adds economic notes he learned from travelling merchants last year. Ports open on terms that weigh heavier on the home side. Coins leave too fast, and repayment tables crowd the ledger. When bonds fail, creditors arrive with pens sharper than spears. These lines touch markets from the islands to river quays. The clerk across the street copies similar figures into his book. He knows debts move maps when arguments alone cannot do it. The surveyor turns the map and traces a river toward old capitals. He writes Constantinople across a sea path already dense with traffic. Then he notes Gallipoli on the ledge between water and land. He remembers stories of crossings and the long pull inland. In a margin he writes Kosovo as a place of remembered battle. The words sit there without judgment, simply anchoring a path. Geography often outlives slogans by centuries of patient weather. Across the room, a cabinet holds bundles tied with different strings. The clerk lifts one that bears a script in 2 alphabets. He reads how churches hold language safe behind parish doors. He notes how schools keep stories alive when politics fall apart. A line explains why certain markets close on certain days. Another line explains who may ring which bells and when. He writes, then seals, and places the packet beside the lamp. Let the brow soften and the eyes rest heavy in their sockets. Inhale gently until the ribs widen like a small wooden gate. Exhale slower than before, and feel the shoulders release by themselves. The surveyor reaches for a narrow strip of paper marked with dates. Serbia rises first in his column, its first revolt against local tyrants. He writes 1804 for the uprising, and 1830s for broader autonomy. Recognition follows later with the year 1878, carefully lettered. He moves to Greece and inscribes 1821 with a steady hand. He notes independence in 1832 with help recorded from 3 powers. He adds a tiny wave mark to remember a battle at sea. A calm historian prefers symbols where others prefer drums. Romania receives a clear double line in his long ledger. He writes of uniting principalities into one named body in 1862. Then he adds 1878 for full recognition after a hard campaign. Bulgaria takes more space because its path twists across pages. He writes Awakening, Church Independence, and the year 1878 for autonomy. A separate note records 1908 when the word independence is printed. Dates do not shout. They sit there like stones across a stream. The clerk pauses over a dispatch from a northern court. It speaks of protection for distant congregations under holy banners. He adds a small reference to an older treaty that opened that claim. By doing so, he keeps language and responsibility on the same line. Another telegram urges caution against a rising southern movement. That message counts rail, miles, and coal stockpiles and harvests. Balance here is not poetry. It is tables, timetables, and bread. He reaches for blue paper used for cabinet summaries and receipts. Enter this under balance of powers for the weekly brief, he says. The junior clerk nods and writes names without cutting corners. Britain and France appear beside their familiar phrase, the balance. They keep the straits open to ships that knit seas to roads. They warn about overreach that may summon responses none desire. Careful sentences protect trade better than sudden cavalry alarms. Let the tongue rest lightly behind the teeth and lips remain soft. Invite one easy breath to arrive and fall away on its own. Keep attention broad, as if listening to rain begin on distant roofs. Afternoon sun crosses the surveyor's hands and warms the paper. He lays a second ruler across the first and draws a border draft. He follows mountain backs and river bends more than straight wishes. Then he switches to dotted lines where talks replace firm claims. The page now shows both the dreamed and the possible at once. Between them lies a narrow road where diplomats will walk slowly. He writes Berlin at the top as a reminder of recent sessions. He remembers how a larger shape once filled this same paper. It looked like a generous Bulgaria reaching from sea to mountains. The ink felt almost too heavy for a page still drying. Then the others came with maps and reasons of their own. They trimmed and folded until the line sat closer to the east. They handed Bosnia and Herzegovina to a Western overseer. The surveyor records the result and circles the word administration. Across the street, the clerk writes minutes from one long afternoon. Names of towns roll like river stones smoothed for many years. He writes that some flags rise on masts without changing kitchens. Markets open, children study, and bells keep the same hours. Independence arrives. Yes, but it travels with papers and inspections. It learns to share streets with older habits under the same sun. Please sign here, he says when a witness leans toward the desk. Between pages, the surveyor places narrow slips for pending points. Macedonia never lies flat beneath any ruler or wish. He writes many peoples, many songs, and fields that feed several markets. He sketches rail lines that tempt 3 capitals at once. He adds a small triangle where scouts reported a pass. Terrain decides more bargains than speeches admit in public halls. The dotted lines wait like soft branches before they harden. Let the neck lengthen gently as if a light hand supported the head. Draw in a slow breath, even and comfortable through the nose. Let the exhale flow longer, warm and steady toward the floor. He turns to the west and writes a note about a river port. There, languages trade favours while barges take on grain. Above, monks copy sermons that read like family trees. Priests bless baskets while scribes record names for taxes. The surveyor respects this quiet infrastructure more than cannons. It keeps neighbours polite on days when news grows sharp. He writes churches sustained memory when rulers changed coats too often. The clerk reads a memorial from a city with mixed rights. It requests protection for schools that teach 2 alphabets. The request explains how children learn to greet each other kindly. It reminds that faithful accounts support lawful independence later. He stamps it and sends a copy to a consulate by the sea. He knows learning and order make transitions softer for streets. He keeps a second copy under the lamp for the weekly file. A courier arrives with a small tin holding folded telegrams. The clerk opens them and places each on the cool stone. One describes a Western empire watching a neighbour too closely. Another warns of southern agents whispering about a new league. He notes each concern, then drafts measured replies for both. He avoids fuel and offers cool water in every sentence. His work is to lower heat, not to display sparks. Let your hands relax and feel heavier where they rest now. Inhale as if smelling warm paper and beeswax from a seal. Exhale longer, as if blowing dust from a shelf in a quiet room. The surveyor pauses and reviews the list that grew across months. He sees how autonomy became recognition by way of receipts. He sees how church seats helped gather people into steadier shapes. He sees how armies mattered, but only after roads prepared them. He does not write poetry about destiny on his calm page. He writes patience, struggle, compromise, and the cost in coin. He writes a final annotation: victory without order becomes grief later. Across the street a messenger brings a ribboned envelope tied neatly. Inside lies a draft about an Albanian coast and a new idea. Powers want a small separate house on the windy shores, or not for harmony alone, but to restrain an inland neighbour. The clerk copies the sentence without comment or theatrical sigh. He records the plan and its reasons in the same clear hand. Paper holds both kindness and convenience without choosing sides. The surveyor sketches a coastline where that new house might stand. He marks harbours, hills, and a road that leads inland. Then he writes the word compromise in the blank above. Compromises save lives and later require more compromises still. He adds a star where a town might serve as a capital. He leaves the star hollow because agreement is not yet signed. He prefers hollow marks for promises that still gather breath. Let the shoulders drop again, and let the breath widen without effort. Feel weight supported evenly from the back through the hips. Exhale and imagine ink cooling into clean, legible lines. Evening drifts in as the lamps receive their small, steady flames. The clerk lists attendees for a new session scheduled next week. He writes 2 northern names and 2 southern names beside them. He ties the bundle with string and marks it for the pouch. Deliver to the chancellery before the last bell, he says quietly. The runner nods and vanishes into the city's long corridor. The room falls back into whispering paper and lamp breath. The surveyor returns to the page and measures one more pass. He aligns the ruler with a ridge that overlooks a valley. On one side he writes vineyards and mills that turn. On the other side he writes flocks and markets on Thursdays. A border here will mean duties there and exceptions here. He drafts a note about windows for rights and fairs. Such windows keep tempers low and breadlines short in summer. He adds a small legend at the edge of the map for readers. Solid lines mean signed treaties with stamps and seals. Dotted lines mean drafts awaiting wires and signatures. Circles mean cities with more than one tongue in daily trade. Stars mean new capitals if consents arrive in final form. Triangles mean passes where carts collect and delays begin. Legends teach strangers how to be less strangers to a place. Let the breath arrive softly again and fall away even more softly. Allow the eyelids to grow heavier, the sentences grow slower. Rest in the knowledge that quiet work builds long bridges. The clerk closes the big ledger and opens the visitor book. A legal advisor from a Western mission signs and notes an hour. A priest from a hillside parish signs and leaves a folded petition. A merchant signs and adds remarks about salt and wool prices. The clerk arranges the pages so everyone can be found later. Then he stacks blank forms for tomorrow's traffic across the desk. "We will need more stamps," he says, almost to himself. Smiling, the surveyor rolls the map halfway and tightens 2 ribbons. He will carry it to a room where chairs form a patient ring. There, the map will lie on a table like bread on linen. Hands will touch the corners and smooth the paper lightly. Voices will read names and numbers without raising heat. Someone will propose a line that suits a river first. Someone else will argue for a road that must remain whole. In that room, distant powers will weigh needs and fears and routes. One seeks access to warmer water and ports that do not freeze. Another fears a neighbour dressed in cousin's language and hymn. 2 intend to keep the balance that keeps their ships moving. These aims meet over rulers and pins and careful phrases. Good minutes preserve what courage and caution agree to share. Poor minutes forget the baker when they count the cannons. Let the chest feel wide and the breath like a small lamp in winter. Inhale a thread of air and let the body do the rest. Exhale until the last sound of breath fades into the room. The clerk hears far bells and knows the last messenger has passed. He places red wax beside black wax for seals of different sorts. Black for condolence, red for common business, blue for notes. He clears crumbs and wipes the table and aligns the pen. He thinks of boys learning 2 letters for the same sound. He thinks of elders who remember 3 names for one street. Papers may help them live well under whichever name prevails. The surveyor walks to the window and watches a lighted tram. Its windows hold families, agents, and a tired courier. He imagines each person carried by a map they cannot see. Streets, boards, customs, and clocks that harmonise enough to work. He has spent his day trying to make those unseen maps kinder. A good line leaves room for festivals and rest and school. A wise map lets neighbours keep dignity while learning new forms. He returns to his table and writes a last small reminder. Tomorrow, ask about the pass where carts stood 2 hours last week. Then prepare a note on church bells and market hours in border towns. Be sure to include exceptions that the elders already observe. He knows that details of courtesy prevent larger grievances later. It is unglamorous work, but it keeps kitchens warm and streets safe. He closes the ink and caps the bottle with simple satisfaction. Let the breath slow to a rhythm that feels familiar and kind. Feel gravity hold you in place as if a chair held your name. Exhale gently and listen for the softest sound in the room. Across the street, the clerk locks the cabinet and dims the lamp. He leaves a small seal on the table for the morning shift. A message from the coast sits ready for the early pouch. It concerns a harbour where new rules cause confusion for days. He has drafted a clearer notice with examples that answer doubts. When clarity arrives, tempers cool like iron drawn from fire. The city rests easier when words do work before voices must. The surveyor gathers his instruments into a leather case. He wraps the ruler in cloth and slides the compass back gently. He folds the map without stress and secures it with a cord. The last light catches the neat legend at the lower corner. He thinks of horses already harnessed for tomorrow's delegations. He thinks of interpreters rehearsing phrases that soften hard requests. He thinks of kitchens setting bread to rise for early tables. Night settles with quiet steps along corridors and over courtyards. The clerk and the surveyor leave by different doors toward home. Behind them, papers cool and wax seals turn firm and dull. Above them, bells mark the hour for those who count such things. In front of them, a street bends towards squares where wagons cross. That bend will matter soon when lines become lives again. For now, the city exhales and keeps its own good counsel. The lamps glow steady along the green baize table tonight. The surveyor unrolls a new sheet beside yesterday's careful draft. Pins rest in a small dish, their heads catching the soft light. The embassy clerk lays telegrams in 2 neat rows by date. He reads without hurry, letting each short line find its place. A note from the north confirms a patient sponsorship for neighbours. It speaks of kin language and holy ties carried across rivers. A southern packet reports meetings between capitals that seldom agree. The words are plain and quiet, yet they lean toward one plan. On the map, 4 names wait like corners of a simple square. The surveyor writes them with a fine hand and no flourish. Serbia, Bulgaria, Greece, and Montenegro form a league in ink. He adds the year above them to steady the memory for readers. The clerk drafts a brief line for ministers who like summaries. Entered under regional alignment, defensive in phrase, offensive in effect, he writes. Let the shoulders soften again, as if warmed by a small lamp. Draw one slow breath through the nose and let it fall longer. Release the jaw and notice the tongue resting light and easy. The surveyor sketches rail lines and roads that join these partners. He traces supply paths and river crossing that matter in autumn. Each line respects hills, passes, and bridges that can be guarded. He circles the places where carts have to pause and gather. A calm line prepares more victories than a loud speech ever can. Across the table, the clerk marks which ports may carry grain. He records how coal stores sit within reach of the main tracks. He adds where depots keep salt and where smiths repair wheels. This is the language of campaigns written in market terms. He turns one more page and writes a single time for departure. Morning letters arrive tied with string, wax still faintly warm. They describe the first moves with restraint rather than colour. Montenegro steps first, and then partners join according to plan. The clerk notes that pace and sends the digest to 4 desks. He keeps a copy for the weekly file, labelled with a blue ribbon. The surveyor draws wide arrows that lean toward valleys and plains. He keeps the arrows thin, for modesty suits maps used by adults. The arrows advance in stages and each stage ends on water. He writes the names already familiar from older discussions by the window. The clerk watches and nods as the lines reach agreed destinations. Let the breath find a steady rhythm as if matching quiet hoofbeats. Inhale comfortably. And then let the exhale lengthen without any push. Imagine the spine taller, as if a thread lifted the crown gently. The clerk opens a drawer and removes a ledger for treaties. He writes London with space left beneath for a later date. Then he leaves that space blank, since the text is still forming. He writes a reminder to include the agreed exposure of coastline. Maps teach politics to speak geography with honesty and care. The surveyor shades a narrow strip around an old imperial seat. He leaves it connected to the sea by a thin, practical corridor. The rest of the former breadth now wears new notes and colours. He adds a legend that explains these choices for steady readers. He avoids sharp terms and favours language that lives well in winter. The clerk copies a paragraph for ministers who prefer short letters. The lines explain losses for the old power and gains for neighbours. They explain that sea windows stay guarded by a common interest. He writes that markets prefer calm even when pride prefers trumpets. The note ends with a line about escorts for harvest roads. The surveyor lifts his pen and walks the map with his eyes. He checks for rivers crossed twice where one bridge would do. He checks for borders that cut old market routes without need. He adds 2 dotted lines for commissions to settle later. The map must hold both decisions and the patience to refine them. Let the face muscles relax as if warmed by evening tea. Breathe in a soft circle and let the breath fall like light rain. Feel the shoulders heavy and supported by the chair under you. A messenger brings a thin envelope tied with grey thread. The clerk breaks the seal and reads with his usual quiet posture. The text proposes a new state along a windward shore. Its purpose is balance as much as mercy for the coast. He writes Albania in the margin and draws a clean rectangle. The surveyor sketches cliffs, harbours, and one inland road toward hills. He leaves a star for a capital and keeps the star hollow. A hollow star means promise that depends on signatures later. He writes beside it that this shape restrains an inland expansion. Compromise appears again as the word that rescues many mornings. The clerk drafts language that states this compromise without theatre. Recognised by powers to maintain equilibrium and ease passage, he writes. He adds 3 examples about custom, mail, and salt duties. Clear examples help small offices handle big sentences with grace. He prepares 2 fair copies and dries the ink with sand. Let the jaw loosen again and the breath run longer than before. Feel the back settle as if a cushion remembered your name. Exhale slowly and notice the room growing quieter around you. The surveyor lays a second transparent sheet over the main map. He draws the lines that might follow if partners turn against partners. The arrows here are thinner still and end in dotted circles. He labels them caution, because pride often grows at the table's edge. Beside him, the clerk receives hints that pride has begun walking. A wire reports claims about a prize valley with many songs. Another wire describes boundary readings that overlook existing trails. A third mentions scouts counting wagons where the road narrows. The clerk does not decorate these notes with adjectives. He files them under frictions that require water, not heat. The surveyor writes one more legend for this second. Cautious sheet. It explains that lines here are prospects rather than plans. He keeps the language simple and the symbols modest and clear. Beside it, the clerk drafts a memo urging an early meeting. Good minutes earlier, cheaper than heroic speeches later. Let the breath be simple again, arriving as it wishes, leaving slower. Relax the tongue and soften the lips as if forming a small smile. Let the eyes grow heavy, while listening to invisible paper settling. The day turns as if a slow gear changed without any noise. The clerk receives a thick packet marked with 3 discrete initials. It contains news of an ally moving before the ink truly dried. He underlines 2 sentences and writes a single word, escalation. He ties the packet for the late pouch to the council room. The surveyor, forewarned by the clerk's habit, prepares a new draft. He adjusts the scale to show valleys where cousins face cousins now. He adds markers where junctions divide one province from the next. He keeps the colours pale so the page stays gentle to the eyes. On the margin he writes the month, because months matter in harvest. The clerk opens a clean ledger labelled Bucharest to receive outcomes. He does not fill it yet, only rules the lines for later entries. He knows that borders will move as the table chases the field. He adds spare headings for the several changes already whispered. A ledger that expects change is kinder to clerks and captains. Let the shoulders slide down and feel the neck lengthen slightly. Inhale evenly, counting 3 heartbeats without speaking the numbers. Exhale for double that count and rest at the bottom comfortably. The surveyor's pencil marks a retreat and 2 opportunistic advances. He draws 1 arrow from a northern neighbour with calm efficiency. He draws another from the old empire, re-entering lands lost last month. He keeps these arrows thin, avoiding triumph in any shape. Thin arrows age better than thick ones when years pass. The clerk copies the field notes into clean, uncoloured prose. He writes that claims in Macedonia now overlap beyond earlier drafts. He describes railway stations changing hands like counters on a board. He notes that a port holds steady under new blue banners. He avoids praise or blame, and favours verbs like hold and pass. The surveyor writes Salonika where the deep water meets the pier. He shades the southern plains that support harvest the city needs. He drafts a small icon for the customs house near the quay. He draws the line that now keeps the harbour within one partner. Ports fixed on reliable maps bring sleep to many distant desks. Let the breath drift in like tide under a wooden pier. Let it drift out longer, a quiet ribbon pooling in the chest. Notice any tension in the hands and let it soften. Then rest. The clerk writes in another column gains for the Highland Kingdom. He records northern fields and central valleys now attached securely. He adds a careful note about Kosovo and markets feeding north. He writes that fares resume under new stamps as summer approaches. Receipts look the same, though the header needs a new plate. The surveyor turns to a narrow eastern plain beside the sea. He adds a line that moves the edge toward a familiar river. A neighbour to the northeast receives a sliver to improve balance. He marks the transaction with a square and a small border post. A short road there will require repairs before autumn wagons start. The clerk copies that sliver into the Bucharest ledger with patience. He writes the date beside a blank for signatures to follow. He remembers to prepare bilingual notices for local offices. Please change seals on Monday. He writes, neat and understated. He files the notices with thin blue cords for easy retrieval. Let the forehead loosen and the eyes relax behind their lids. Glide an easy breath in and then let it leave in its time. Settle deeper into the chair and let the shoulders widen gently. The surveyor shades a central block once expected to change differently. It will not, and he writes the reason beside a triangle pass. Terrain and the New Balance preserved one name over another. He marks an asterisk for a commission to adjust village parcels. The work of small commissions prevents large sorrow later on. The clerk drafts guidance for those commissions in simple language. He lists steps for hearing, measuring, and agreeing without haste. He recommends market days as neutral windows for public remarks. He asks for elders to speak first about wells and grazing lanes. These lines make reports feel like neighbours instead of orders. A new telegram arrives. Soot on the envelope from express wheels. It says the old empire regained a portion of eastern fields. The report is brief, but the clerk underlines it twice. He writes that the change remains small but significant for routes. Small changes guide caravans as much as grand changes guide flags. Let the breath drop lower into the belly, warm and unforced. Exhale like a curtain settling after a performance has ended. Keep the jaw soft and the tongue resting where it began. The surveyor now draws a clean, final legend for this phase. Solid lines are signed and stamped beyond convenient dispute. Dotted lines await commissions on villages, wells, and paths. Stars are capitals and circles are towns speaking more than one tongue. Triangles are passes that deserve guards when the fog comes early. The clerk writes closing lines for the Bucharest Ledger's first pages. He records that a partner lost much of what it first gained. He records that two neighbours widen their territories to their taste. He writes that the old empire keeps a foothold where it needs. He adds that a northern neighbour received a strip without fighting first. The surveyor lifts his pen and studies the map in full. The page tells of alliance, contest, and recalibration within 1 year. It shows how treaties gather acts from fields and quays and streets. It also shows how pride left results that will not sleep soundly. He writes one modest note, edges cut close to songs often bruise. Let the breath be a thread, fine and smooth between rib and spine. Inhale with the smallest effort that still feels kind within. Exhale longer, as if fog leaves a meadow at first light. The clerk ties the ledger and places it beside the evening lamp. He opens a smaller book labelled Protocols for Coastal Notices. He drafts the message that merchants prefer when rules change. The words are precise and friendly without promising what cannot hold. He leaves space to enter the date when stamps arrive by boat. The surveyor slips translucent paper over the finished maps again. He traces the routes of cars and carriages in one mountain town. He notes a bend where wheels slow before crossing a river. He circles a square where a parade ground meets a narrow street. He writes one word beside the circle to remind himself later. The clerk hears the distant bells that mark the late city hour. He gathers the telegrams and files them by region and theme. He places a single ribbon around the packet for the council. Deliver before breakfast, he tells the runner at the door. The runner nods and leaves, feet quiet on the polished floor. Let the breath move softly, without counting or holding at either end. Feel the back supported and the hips anchored with easy weight. Rest the shoulders and release any small effort not needed now. The surveyor cleans the nib and closes the bottle carefully. He sets the pins back in their dish and sighs without drama. He checks the hollow star on the coast and leaves it still hollow. Papers wait for stamps and stamps wait for a slow agreement. He knows patient ink prevents faster blood on small border stones. The clerk returns to his desk and writes a last short memo. It notes that independence can open doors while leaving old hinges in place. It notes that neighbours share roads longer than they share slogans. It suggests that any celebration should leave room for markets tomorrow. He places the memo under the bronze weight shaped like a ship. The room is quiet again except for the low breath of two lamps. The map rests open, the ledger closed, and the corridor empty. Outside, wheels touch stones with the hushed rhythm of practiced routes. Somewhere, a train timetable ticks toward a morning connection. The work of maps and minutes bends toward that timetable gently. Let one last breath arrive and leave like a tide under moonlight. Allow the eyes to grow heavy and the thoughts settle like paper. Stay with the soft sounds inside the room where work became order. The surveyor stands, stretches, and looks again at the marked square. He traces the road that leads into it and the river beyond. You can almost hear the roll of carriage wheels echoing there. He closes the case and carries the maps toward the outer door. The clerk dims the lamp and follows, leaving the air still warm. On the table, one page lies face up beneath the glass. It holds the legend, the pins, and the quiet geometry of compromise. The star on the coast is hollow, and the square inland is circled. The corridor light fades, and the city breathes in slow unison. In that breath, A new day waits with its own measured papers. The table remains set with rulers and folded paper edges. The surveyor returns before dawn and lights the small brass lamp. He checks the legend for signed borders and dotted lines awaiting commissions. The clerk follows with a tin of fresh pins and a tray of cables. He lays the day's telegrams from north to south in quiet order. They read in comfortable silence, breathing with the room's slow rhythm. The first cable lists customs offices, now stamping the new headers. The second notes a school opening under a different provincial name. The third reports that patrols at 2 passes now wear altered insignia. The clerk copies the details into a clear, uncoloured paragraph for archives. Let the breath arrive softly and stretch a little longer on the way out. Loosen the jaw and feel the tongue resting light against the palate. Soften the shoulders as if a shawl had settled there by itself. The surveyor slides out a larger sheet and inks a calm title. The letters say region or consequences after last summer's decisions and treaties. He draws a careful box around a coastal capital with a hollow star. He notes that independence was shaped to balance neighbours and sea lanes. The hollow star stays hollow, waiting for the stamps that travel slowly. The clerk drafts notices for postmasters along the windward shore. He explains tariffs in plain words that porters can read at lunch. He adds a line about salt duties and transit papers for wool. He closes with 2 polite phrases used by officers on busy quays. Effective upon receipt. Please amend seals on Monday, he writes. Across the table, a second map receives a set of small triangles. They mark the passes that bend toward older markets in nearby valleys. The surveyor shades each ridge and writes a modest altitude figure. He draws caravanserai icons where mule lines can pause before snow. He avoids bold colours because borders rest better without clamour. A new cable arrives wrapped in stiff brown paper and string. The clerk reads and underlines the mention of a highland expansion. Fields and central valleys now answer to northern desks with confidence. He records that Kosovo and northern Macedonia feed granaries farther north. Fairs will reopen under new receipts and schedules before summer rain. Let the spine lengthen gently, as if a thread lifted the crown. Inhale for a comfortable count and exhale for twice that measure. Feel the breath smooth like river water turning a quiet bend. The surveyor traces the harbour that stays within southern banners now. He shades the broad plain that keeps the port supplied each season. He draws a customs house with a small square for the quay. He writes Salonika in neat capitals where water deepens beside the pierce. Ports fixed on maps give sleep to many desks far from shore. The clerk turns pages until he reaches a ledger marked Bucharest. He records the northeastern sliver awarded to a patient neighbour. He notes the eastern fields the old empire regained after a late move. He adds the sentence that one partner lost much of its gains. He keeps the verb steady, preferring hold, pass, and remain to louder choices. The lamp whispers against the glass with a mild, even sound. Shadows of pins fall across the river bends like quiet reeds. The surveyor draws a clean band around the ancient imperial city. He leaves a corridor to the sea exactly as the earlier legend promised. Familiar words near familiar waters help letters find their destinations. A messenger steps in and places a sealed packet by the blotter. The clerk reads slowly, pausing to mark several dates in the margin. The note recalls administration granted over Bosnia and Herzegovina earlier. It reminds that such grants balance maps until new claims appear. He writes that the matter will continue to influence traffic and caution. Let the breath drop lower into the belly without any effort. Exhale like a curtain falling after an evening performance. Notice any tension in the hands and let the fingers rest loosely. The surveyor lifts a rolled city plan labelled with a mountain name. He unrolls Sarajevo into light, revealing bridges and tram tracks. Streets curve through markets and narrow under eaves near the river. He circles the Latin bridge and writes 2 words above the arch. He sketches the route a carriage might take on a quiet Sunday. The clerk brings a folder of visit protocols and table cards. He reads the advice about corners, stops, and escort distances. He writes a gentle reminder that parades pass best beside wide quays. Keep pace steady and avoid crowded turns, he notes in the margin. He underlines it once and places the folder atop the city plan. The surveyor measures the distance between 2 squares with care. He counts the steps a procession would cover between official windows. He marks a bend where wheels must slow before crossing the water. He draws 2 alternate paths that spare the crowd a tight corner. He writes asterisks for intersections where traffic can pause with grace. Let the shoulders loosen as if evening air had entered the room. Inhale quietly through the nose and let the breath leave longer. Keep the mouth soft and the eyes heavy behind their lids. The clerk opens another ledger titled Alliances and Correspondences. He writes that disputes nearby have strengthened one inland kingdom. He notes another neighbour's injuries and the bitterness left behind. He adds that the old empire retains a foothold where it needs. He leaves a space for lines that often follow such careful sentences. He prepares an afternoon cable that explains the current balance. It mentions how summer treaties moved edges and market towns. It states that schools and chapels continue under various jurisdictions. It recalls that the shore state exists also for the sake of balance. The tone is measured, patient, and proper for long shelves. On the city plan, the surveyor adds small dots for tram stops. He draws a clock atop the town hall and a bell near the market. He writes that carriages should meet the river at a generous angle. He circles a shaded garden where dignitaries might pause between duties. The pencil returns to its case with a soft, satisfied click. Let the breath arrive like tide under a wooden bridge at dusk. Let it leave as quietly as rain passing from leaf to leaf. Allow the neck to lengthen and the jaw to feel unburdened. The clerk files minutes related to earlier conferences on borders. He notes that commissions will still adjust wells, lanes, and fields. He writes that maps sometimes change less than expectations and stories. He adds that harmony has a better chance when receipts look familiar. The sentences sit straight on the page, steady as milled grain. A light knock brings 2 envelopes bearing northern initials again. The first states that railways shift schedules to suit new borders. The second mentions postal bags rerouted toward different sorting rooms. The clerk copies both into the daily sheet with clear times. Timetables show the practical shape of every diplomatic phrase. The surveyor returns to Sarajevo and inks bridges more darkly. He wants them legible under the lamp when the hour grows late. He draws a low hill above the town and writes a small name. He does not add stories, only gradients and distances and widths. He believes quiet maps help keep mornings free of avoidable noise. Let the breath be smooth and uncounted for a few gentle cycles. Release the shoulders once more and feel the chest open softly. Notice the weight of your body supported by the chair beneath you. The clerk drafts a travel notice for local officers along the route. The language asks residents to keep streets clear and windows calm. It proposes procession times that spare the city's trade at midday. It suggests church bells remain steady and not overlong during passage. Thank you for your courtesy to guests and neighbours, he writes. Twilight gathers as the brass lamp warms the map's pale greens. The surveyor pins transparent paper over the city plan and sighs. He traces the motor route for clarity and tests a safer variant. He writes on the margin. Choice depends on the hour and the crowd. He leaves both variants in place with distinct, quiet colours. Across the hall, a clock notes the hour in a low, rounded voice. The clerk seals 2 packets and sends them through the outer door. He returns and opens a slim book labelled Markets and Kitchens. He writes that bread arrives early and fish later downriver each day. He adds that processions should respect that reliable, human timetable. Let the breath match that gentle clock with ease and without counting. Inhale as the clock would rise and exhale as it would fall. Soften the brow and let the tongue rest against the upper teeth. The surveyor studies the regional sheet one more unhurried time. He follows the corridor connecting the old imperial seat to the sea. He checks that the legend states its width with honest economy. He writes that this connection remains deliberate and not accidental. The line holds steady without unnecessary flourish or dispute. The clerk drafts a summary for ministers fond of brief paragraphs. It recounts how last summer's victories became autumn's reassignment. It notes the recognition of a new coastal state as equilibrium. It records that one partner, encouraged by gains, grew more certain. It mentions another, injured by loss, kept its grievance close by. He adds a footnote about earlier administrative control in Bosnia. He notes the later formal annexation that unsettled neighbours. He writes that these moves remain part of the region's quiet geometry. Geometry, he writes, which people inhabit with songs and customs. He closes the ledger and rests his pen upon the spine. Let the breath stretch a little longer as the room grows stiller. Imagine releasing a handful of sand, 1 grain at a time. Feel the shoulders heavy and well supported where they are. Morning comes, and carriage wheels speak to cobblestones in low syllables. The surveyor arrives early to set the city plan under glass. He checks the route as mapped and the distance between squares. He straightens the pins and removes a smudge near a bridge. He leaves a small pencil ready for any last-minute adjustment. The clerk counts the table cards and places them in a leather case. He reads the schedule twice and underlines departure and return. He adds a thin ribbon to mark the reception near the river. He speaks softly, but only to the air that keeps him company. "Keep pace steady and avoid crowded turns," he whispers again. The procession begins under clear sky and measured bells. Shops open their shutters and lean them back against the walls. Tram bells sound and then quiet as policemen raise their hands. The river moves under the bridge with the same indifferent rhythm. The city inhales as one, then exhales as carriages roll by. Let your breath accompany that measured procession inside your chest. Inhale without hurry, and let the exhale be longer and softer. Keep the jaw loose and the tongue resting where it began. A commotion happens far away from the table and its lamplight. The clerk does not write details that belong to other rooms. He notes only that a report from Sarajevo has entered the file. It states with restraint that a visit ended without the planned reception. It records the city name, the date, and the role of a single visitor. He adds a sentence used by careful officers on serious afternoons. Events in the city have accelerated matters beyond local remedy. He writes that alliances will interpret and carry the news outward. He closes the file with a ribbon and places it beside the lamp. The room remains quiet, though the world quickens beyond its doors. The surveyor folds the city plan with respect and deliberate care. He circles Sarajevo once on the regional map and then stops. He writes a small note that roads sometimes carry more than officials. They carry expectations that were born in earlier summers and winters. He sets the note aside where thoughtful eyes will surely find it. Let the breath become a tide again, returning and receding without edge. Feel the chest soften and the shoulders slide farther from the ears. Allow the body to grow heavier and the mind a little quieter. The clerk opens a clean ledger titled Wider Movements and Schedules. He draws 3 columns labelled Mobilisation, Consultation and Transit. He writes that what began as regional questions now seek continental answers. He adds that a chain of treaties will dictate the order of days. The lines are straight and spare, with nothing more than needed. He reaches for the small book of market hours one last time. He writes a gentle reminder about flour, oil, and evening lamps. He says that even during consultations, kitchens must keep their hours. He asks that notices respect harvest roads and ferry timetables. Even careful history depends on bread, water, and sleep in the end. The surveyor stands by the window and watches the street below. A cart rolls past with sacks of grain bound for a river quay. Footsteps move in pairs, steady as lines drawn by an old hand. The sun climbs to a height that favours accurate measurement. He returns to the table and covers the map with translucent paper. Let one more breath move in a circle without any corners or stops. Let it fall longer than it arrived. Easy and without measurement. Rest the eyes behind their lids and the hands upon the lap. The clerk writes a final memorandum for the council reading room. It explains that the city on the river has joined an older list. A list where local events prompt wider commitments between capitals. He writes that schedules will change and notices should travel kindly. He signs with neat initials and sands the ink with practised calm. The surveyor gathers the rulers, the pins, and the spare cords. He places the hollow star sheet over the coastal map again. He glances at the corridor that binds the old seat to the sea. He touches the corner of the city plan that now rests under glass. Then he slips both sheets into the case used for urgent documents. Corridor lights hum like low strings in an orchestra pit. The lamp on the table dims as the window gathers stronger day. Outside, a clock near the tram line speaks the next quiet hour. The city continues with bread wagons and office doors opening. The world has tilted, yet desks still expect papers by noon. Let the breath match that clock for 2 easy cycles, then release counting. Settle the shoulders and feel the chair holding your steady weight. Allow lingering thoughts to drift like paper boats toward a shore. The clerk lifts a small canvas bag labelled with the council seal. Inside rests the Sarajevo file, tied with a modest blue ribbon. He adds the ledger with recent borders and the coastal notices. He places the map case beside it, ready for a messenger's hand. Deliver to the reading room and await instruction, he says softly. He and the surveyor remain a moment beside the cleared table. The map room is tidy, patient, and still willing to be useful. The surveyor strokes the edge of the glass where streets meet river. The clerk smooths a stray corner of paper left from last night. They share a silence that sounds like respectful agreement to wait far away. Wheels meet rails, and rails meet distant signals in sequence. Officers pull out timetables that will touch many windows soon. The surveyor hears that rhythm the way mapmakers hear rainfall patterns. The clerk hears it as the voice of roots that change the day's letters. Neither speaks as the sound settles into the morning's ordinary air. Let the breath become even and kind, arriving in its own wise measure. Let it leave like fog that has learned the road back to water. Keep the jaw soft, the shoulders heavy, and the brow smooth. On the table remains a single card written before the city stirred. It reads that routes require both geometry and manners to run well. It says that gentle phrasing can lower bridges inside hesitant minds. It ends with a reminder to watch the corners where crowds collect. The clerk tucks the card into the file for whoever must speak next. The surveyor closes the lamp and turns the small key beneath it. The glass clears of warmth, and the room gains daytime clarity. He lifts the case and waits for the clerk at the door. The clerk lifts the canvas bag and nods toward the corridor. They step into the light, leaving the map table to its quiet watch. Downstairs, a motorcar hums with a measured, almost courteous tone. The messenger takes the bag and the case with a practiced bow. The street beyond shows rails, stones, and signs pointing toward the station. The day moves forward along those familiar lines and courteous notices. Somewhere ahead, a station clock prepares to lift its minute hand. The station clock keeps a modest face above the ticket hall. Its hands move with the patience of a clerk counting change. On the platform, a man in a brimmed cap wipes last night's chalk. He writes the day's first departure, steady as rain on slate. Beside him sits a leather case filled with timetables and seals. He is the keeper of hours for a town between valleys. Freight runs after sunrise, passenger coaches near noon, night letters later. His desk holds a brass stamp, a red pad, and a key. The pad smells faintly of resin and ink from earlier regimes. Paperwork keeps railway promises firm through ordinary weather and sudden turns. Breathe in with the station's slow rhythm, then let the exhale grow longer. Soften the brow and allow the jaw to rest without effort. Ease the shoulders as if the coat had become lighter by itself. The clerk lays out destination boards in a careful line. He knows each board by touch as much as by paint. One reads Zagreb in thick capitals, another reads Ljubljana in full. A third is blank, waiting for an afternoon announcement from central offices. He aligns them by habit, like rails meeting in a quiet switchyard. Above the counter, a calendar begins at 1914. The page shows tidy squares and a narrow border of vines. He turns the page, then stops as footsteps enter the hall. The village seal-keeper arrives with a satchel of thin envelopes. He greets the clerk with a nod that means morning work, not talk. Ink is ready, the seal-keeper says, almost to the room itself. He places a small wooden box on the counter between them. Inside lies a round die that carries the town's official name. There is also a fresh pad, a ribbon, and a drying cloth. The clerk lifts the die, weighs it, and returns it with care. A train from the north pulls in with quiet iron pride. Wheels tick under the roof like patient metronomes from school lessons. Soldiers step down, then officers, then two men in plain suits. The crowd holds a respectful space while papers are checked. The clerk stamps the waybills for crates of flour and oil. Breathe out like steam released from the valve at journey's end. Inhale gently, letting the ribs widen without strain. Feel the tongue rest high and light behind the upper teeth. A telegram slides across the counter from a gloved runner. The clerk reads the words twice and sets the paper flat. The message lists an imperial title, a motor car, and a bridge. It says a visit in a city along a river has gone wrong. It ends with a note about commitments that reach beyond one frontier. The station becomes quieter, though engines still hum at low idle. The seal-keeper opens his satchel and removes a heavier die. He does not use it yet, only polishes its face with the cloth. His work is not to explain nor predict, only to record. He waits for language from the capital before pressing anything into paper. The calendar pages turn, and newspapers start using new words. A royal name appears, followed by an addition that chains three peoples. The clerk writes the combined title on a broad destination board. He adjusts two letters to match the phrasing from official dispatches. He stores the older boards in a cupboard above the telegraph. Rest the shoulders and let breath move like a train through level ground. Slow the exhale so it lasts longer than the inhale. Release any small effort in the hands, then leave them quiet. The seal-keeper receives a packet from the district administration. He reads the circular and notes the expected formulas for signatures. There is a new crest to place near the date and beside the town. He arranges certificates on the counter and prepares the stamp. The die meets paper with a familiar, respectful pressure. In the ticket hall, young men study rail lines on a wall map. They trace routes to a port that carries ships from older ages. They talk softly about languages they will hear along the journey. The clerk hears only a word now and then, not whole plans. His pencil moves to adjust the afternoon platform allocation. Years pass on the station clock without chasing. Trains keep coming. Some carry grain from the plains up to hillside kitchens. Some carry fishermen to rivers where old bridges look down. Between trains, the clerk oils the stamp handle and folds cloths. His movement settles the room the way ballast settles under sleepers. Let the spine lengthen, as though a string gently lifted the crown. Inhale through the nose and allow the breath to drop into the belly. Exhale slowly. Patient as a night train clearing a long viaduct. The map on the wall gains pins for new halts and branch lines. The clerk adds a small card where a post road now meets rail. He writes that schedules are liable to change on certain feast days. The seal keeper notes marriages that cross valleys once divided. He stamps the registers and stacks them by year on the shelf. The siren in another decade sounds different from church bells. Trains arrive full of uniformed men and lockers of supplies. The station shutters at night, then opens to coded departures. The clerk does not write about operations in the ledger. He lists only train numbers, car counts, and departure minutes. The seal keeper receives forms bearing official symbols not his own. He aligns them exactly, signs in tidy script, and presses the stamp. His hand does not shake, not from fear and not from pride. He speaks in neutral phrases used by officers during strenuous times. "Please acknowledge the receipt and retain for inspection," he says. Let the breath run light and steady, then widen the exhale again. Loosen the jaw so the tongue feels easy in its resting place. Set the shoulder blades down as if a blanket had just settled. When the sirens fade, morning returns with lists and inventories. People bring bread cards and property slips to the counter. The seal keeper checks names against the village book with care. The clerk pencils new hours for a repaired bridge farther south. Freight timetables bend to rivers and to wheat whenever possible. On a spring day, a different banner flies above the town hall. The platform crowd gathers and looks up at the new colours. A small delegation arrives from the city with a formal case. Inside rests a seal affirming a federation of 6 republics. The seal keeper receives it with a measured bow and a calm breath. The clerk copies station names from a fresh handbook of terms. One page lists the republic capitals in fair, alphabetical order. Another page explains how tickets should print local names. The book includes a note about equal respect in correspondence. He underlines the sentence and tapes it inside the ticket window. Allow the chest to soften as breath flows without counting. Inhale as if the lungs were wide harbours at slack tide. Exhale like water sliding past mooring ropes in evening light. Rail lines now fan outward to factories, mines and seaports. Platform notices mention worker excursions and teacher conferences. Trains carry students with notebooks between mountain campuses. A man visits with brochures about a movement that avoids alignment. The clerk files the pamphlet neatly in a box marked Public Literature. The seal keeper attends a workshop in a nearby administrative school. He brings home a booklet on standardized forms and plain language. He adopts the practice of listing full names, not initials. He adds fields for residence, trade, and year of birth in neat rows. His stamp lands at the bottom right corner, never anywhere else. There are summers when the station smells of tar and citrus fruit. New wagons arrive for goods bound to markets over the border. Carriages carry singers to festivals in towns along the coast. The clerk writes charters for extra stops near the old fort. He arranges water barrels where the platform grows hottest by noon. From time to time, letters arrive from people who moved away. They ask for copies of certificates or proof of name changes. The seal keeper wraps each copy with thread and honest notes. He places the office stamp on the outer fold, not the letter. He knows stamps guard privacy as much as they grant permission. Soften the forehead and allow the eyelids to feel comfortably heavy. Let breath arrive, then lengthen the exit gently and evenly. Sense the chair below you holding weight without complaint. On the map, the clerk marks a spur built toward a mining town. He adds a circle for a planned station without a final name. He tests 2 spellings that sit kindly beside each other. He postpones the choice until the central office issues guidance. The chalk lines smudge a little. then hold firm after a dry cloth. A winter notice arrives about fuel allocation and night lighting. The station saves kerosene by trimming lantern wicks at dusk. The sealkeeper adjusts office hours to match shorter days. They both adopt a habit of warm tea beside the afternoon blotter. The hours move evenly again, like carriages rolling on clean bearings. At the turn of another decade, the station hears new conversations. People whisper about factories closing 2 towns away. Others speak of songs that have not been sung together in years. The clerk writes timetables that still unite markets at dawn. He hears in the rhythm of rails a wish older than disputes. Release the shoulders. Let the breath lengthen once more without any push. Picture air moving like a train through a tunnel, then into open fields. The station's wall map begins to feel like a palimpsest of borders. The clerk does not redraw the whole, only the edges that move. He learns to cleanly replace names without scraping the paper thin. He keeps the retired strips in an envelope marked previous usage. History lives there in a stack that weighs less than expected. The seal keeper notices people asking for documents in pairs, one for school, one for the road, both with clean black stamps. He gives directions in courteous phrases taught long ago, straight to the window then left to the desk, he says. He smiles without showing too many teeth and returns to his ledger. A young apprentice joins the station to mind the parcels. He writes neatly and reads the platform numbers out loud. The clerk shows him how to align forms at exact angles. He teaches the trick of pressing the stamp in a single motion. He says that firm, level pressure keeps ink from bleeding outward. Breathe with the apprentice's patient cadence, then let breath fall longer. Allow the jaw to soften and the tongue to rest high and light. Ease the hands so the fingers curl without holding anything. A rumour moves down the rail like a draft in winter corridors. The clerk waits for official notices before touching the boards. The sealkeeper receives a memorandum that uses cautious verbs. It mentions tensions, assemblies, and the need for accurate records. He copies the language word for word into the village book. The station becomes a place where news arrives before announcements. Travellers speak of rallies, flags, and speeches in distant squares. The clerk keeps his voice even and asks for destinations. He sells tickets and marks connections with the same quiet tone. The whistle calls departures that still respect printed hours. The day the first border post gains a new uniform, trains slow. Officers check bags against lists compiled in tidy columns. The clerk offers water to passengers waiting under the roof. He answers questions with routes rather than politics or forecasts. The sealkeeper stamps travel affidavits that look familiar enough. Set the jaw loose again and let breath pool low and calm. Inhale only as much as comfort invites and no more. Exhale like a bell tone fading down a long hallway. Timetables now split where they once joined without comment. A route that shared a name now carries 2 careful variants. The clerk makes room for both on the chalkboard with grace. He writes small arrows so eyes understand without heavy words. The station remains a guide rather than a judge of names. The sealkeeper receives guests from new district headquarters. They bring stamps that fit into his box beside the old ones. He wraps each in cloth and writes tags using a clear hand. He keeps the earlier dies as law requires until instruction arrives. He understands that memory and order can live in the same drawer. Meanwhile, letters return with different crests above the greeting. They ask for reports on births, marriages, and household counts. The sealkeeper adds totals with a pencil that leaves narrow lines. He stamps each page with a current die and a straight wrist. He adds a small note that margins were kept as published. Let air move in and out without measurement for a short while. Loosen the space behind the eyes, as if dusk had entered. Feel the ground underfoot, steady as a platform under a waiting train. The clerk posts a new notice beside the ticket window at noon. It tells travellers that connections still exist between key towns. The language is plain and free of phrases that cause heat. He places the station phone on the counter for urgent calls. The bell rings less often than the rumours would suggest. At night, the station hears its own breath under the roof. The rafters hold the sound of wind, wood, and settled dust. The clerk closes the ledger and lines the pencils in a row. The sealkeeper locks the drawer with the dies and spare pads. They walk outside together and look down the tracks without speaking. In the morning, a train arrives with observers from beyond the mountains. They carry notebooks and ask courteous questions about schedules. The clerk shows timetables that still join markets at daybreak. He explains that bread prefers morning, while mail prefers dusk. The observers write faithfully and nod at the logic of kitchens. Breathe with that plain logic for a few slow cycles. Inhale gently. Exhale generously. Let shoulders drop by small degrees. Keep the lips soft and resting together without effort or worry. The station clock marks another season with even ticks. The clerk replaces the cord on the bell near platform 3. The seal keeper orders fresh ink pads from a city supplier. He chooses black for most documents and purple for ceremonial lines. The purple pad stays wrapped except on holidays and oath days. From the north, a notice talks about ending an armed season. The station receives a request to prepare shelter for delayed trains. The clerk allocates benches and water barrels for evening hours. He writes small signs that say patience in 2 local tongues. He places them where lantern light will catch them kindly. In a nearby office, maps show lines shifting toward quieter futures. The seal keeper copies dates into his ledger with narrow strokes. He leaves space where a final agreement will soon be written. He imagines pressing the stamp next to a word about peace. The thought makes his wrist feel steady, not weak or proud. Let the breath deepen, then fall away like tide leaving shallow flats. Allow eyelids to lower as if reading had grown unhurried. Rest in the chair the way freight rests in a siding overnight. A child stands on the platform counting carriages with earnest joy. The clerk notes the count and adds a smile without comment. The seal keeper gives the child a blank card for collecting names. He stamps the corner lightly to make a keepsake without authority. The card will live in a pocket beside pebbles and tickets. News continues to arrive in envelopes with several crests. Some announce accords about canton lines and shared crossings. Some list dates for administrative changes in quiet town halls. The seal keeper bundles them by subject and writes a clean index. The clerk updates the board, erasing slowly so chalk leaves no storm. Evening comes with a train that pauses longer than scheduled. A conductor walks the length twice before blowing the whistle. The clerk checks his pocket watch against the station clock. The minute hands agree as if both had practiced together. The platform breathes with the train, then with itself, then rests. The night porter hangs a lantern on a hook by the door. The clerk hands over the ledger with a finger marking tomorrow's line. The seal keeper closes his satchel and ties the strap with care. They exchange a look that means work remains for morning. "See you at first light," the clerk says in a voice like paper. The station clock keeps its modest face, untroubled by headlines. Rails gleam under moonlight the way they do for all flags. The brass stamp sits ready on a folded cloth inside the drawer. The town sleeps near the river and near the road to the sea. Somewhere, a distant signal turns from red to a patient amber. The station wakes before the town and warms its lamps in silence. Dew gathers on rails that remember many names for the same fields. The clerk unlocks the window and sets the ledger on felt. He checks the bell cord and listens for the soft relay click. The seal keeper arrives with a nod and a folded morning circular. They stand together at the counter while the loudspeaker coughs once. A simple greeting follows in 2 local tongues and in plain words. The announcement lists the early train and its orderly stops by milepost. The clerk writes the sequence in chalk, narrow and clean. The seal keeper opens his satchel and places the dies in line. Let the breath ease into the belly, then lengthen gently without effort. Loosen the jaw so teeth rest apart by a calm finger's width. Allow the shoulders to lower, as if your coat had grown lighter. In the office behind the ticket window, papers wait with fresh pins. A notice requests attendance for a midday call from district headquarters. The clerk circles the time and sets the receiver near the chair. He writes a card that says quiet during transmission in simple script. The seal keeper reads the notice and marks it in his book. Morning spreads along the platform like water through sand. A cart brings bread for the buffet and a tin of tea. Porters lift benches back into shade where travellers like to wait. The station cat inspects each bench with the care of a conductor. The clerk smiles and sets a saucer near the door for courtesy. The first train enters with modest ceremony and faithful brakes. Carriages open like pages, revealing faces drawn and faces curious. The clerk checks tickets with steady phrases that avoid heavy adjectives. He answers questions in routes, minutes, and platform numbers, not opinions. The seal keeper stamps a stack of certificates with level pressure and pause. "Please stand here and sign in full," he says in a soft courtroom voice. He aligns each sheet so the stamp sits square near the lower margin. The sound of the die meeting paper is quiet but assuring. The clerk hears it as a heartbeat for public rooms in any season. The loudspeaker adds a short tone and repeats the next departure. Breathe as if the tone had reminded lungs of their patient capacity. Inhale through the nose and let the ribs widen without strain. Exhale longer than the inhale and notice shoulders settle back down. By late morning, the courier arrives with a sealed envelope from the city. The clerk signs the receipt and carries the envelope to the desk. Inside sits a directive in careful phrases about regional coordination. The message mentions a meeting near the river where lines will be discussed. It lists dates that anticipate agreements after a long-arm season. The sealkeeper copies the dates into his ledger with neat strokes. He leaves a blank space for the final name of the place. He has learned that places sometimes wear two names at once. His job is to record present practice without erasing respectful memory. He wraps a new pad in cloth and sets it beside the black ink. Afternoon brings a light wind through the open transom above the door. Paper edges lift and settle like reeds along a shallow bank. The clerk ties the bell cord again and files morning manifests. He looks at the wall map and checks the narrow tape near borders. The tape moves without tearing and holds where his fingers guide it. Allow the breath to slow until it matches the rhythm of this filing. Soften the throat and let air drift out like steam at rest. Feel the chair beneath you steady and welcoming, like a familiar platform. At the stroke of noon, the station phone rings with practiced dignity. The clerk takes the call and writes a simple record of words. A voice recites terms related to crossings and shared lines for travel. The call references an accord that will structure maps and timetables. It ends with instructions for public notices when text arrives in envelopes. He thanks the caller with a phrase that carries no excess polish. He hangs the receiver and places the note under a paperweight. The sealkeeper reads the note and nods with measured approval. They agree to wait for official paper before moving the chalkboard. They have learned to trust envelopes more than easily excited rumour. A pair of teachers step to the window with a tidy list. They ask about morning connections to a town that hosts a workshop. The clerk maps a route that uses 2 changes with short intervals. He writes the times on a card and makes the arrows clear. "This way will be gentle on your luggage," he says with a smile. The station settles again, relieved of the brief noon bustle. In the office, the sealkeeper updates an index of forms. He adds 1 entry for travel confirmations related to scheduled talks. He chooses plain terms that travel well between desks and counters. His stamp lands softly at the bottom right, then waits upright on cloth. A late afternoon train carries officials from district headquarters. They walk the platform with the calm of accustomed procedure. The clerk shows them the board and the current index of notices. He explains how alternate names appear together without forcing rank. The officials note the arrangement and praise the clarity of arrows. Breathe out like a long whistle fading between low hills at sunset. Inhale just enough to refill the chest with comfortable ease. Let the eyelids soften a little, like lamps lowering a fraction. The visitors request a small room for an evening briefing. The clerk leads them to the office where maps live under glass. The sealkeeper brings a kettle and sets cups on a tray. He leaves them alone when the door closes for formal discussion. Outside, he stamps 3 pending requests and aligns the edges again. Evening brings a gentler crowd with baskets and simple bags. The loudspeaker reads 2 languages in alternating lines without fuss. People listen courteously and move to the correct places. The clerk notes how quickly good information calms a waiting room. He writes a line in his pocketbook about tone and timing. After the briefing, the officials step out with folded maps. One leaves a memorandum referencing a place called Dayton by River. The paper mentions a framework for canton lines and shared offices. It suggests a calendar for the return of scheduled civil routines. The sealkeeper reads it twice and files it under regional accords. They do not celebrate, and they do not argue in the station. They honour the paper by doing their simple work with clean edges. The clerk drafts a notice that avoids adjectives and invites patience. He writes that new timetables will follow official postings from town halls. He requests that travellers arrive early while connections adjust. Let the shoulders release once more, then let breath lengthen and quiet. Imagine a small lamp shining on a desk with measured warmth. Rest the tongue on the palate and allow the face to grow soft. Night presses its nose against the windows and fog collects near the tracks. The last train leaves with a moderate puff and a courteous bell. The clerk locks the window and sets tomorrow's tickets in a stack. The sealkeeper wraps the dies in cloth and ties the satchel securely. They step outside and hear the river busy but not loud. Morning returns with a light frost that makes rails shine. The loudspeaker offers greetings and a reminder about updated routes. The clerk turns the chalkboard and writes new pairings of towns. Some names appear side by side with a comma and quiet space. He writes arrows that keep eyes moving without confusion or haste. People arrive with forms requesting confirmations for ordinary needs. The seal keeper stamps them with the current die and a still wrist. He thanks each person with the same modest phrase and tilt. "Please keep this copy for your records," he says with care. The sound of the stamp remains the pulse of an office without drama. 2 students step forward holding a sheet about a study exchange. They ask which connection would avoid midnight waits in a cold station. The clerk maps a route that rests at dusk beside a warm buffet. He marks the times and writes a note about the platform benches. They smile and say that books read better when fingers can feel them. Allow air to move through lightly without any counting or planning. When you exhale, imagine steam drifting from a cup near the window. When you inhale, feel the ribs widen and the eyes grow quieter. Weeks pass and people learn the new rhythms printed on cards. The board absorbs small corrections with grace and patience. The clerk keeps a folder marked previous usage behind the counter. He sometimes opens it at noon to see where names have travelled. He returns the folder without sentiment, only with respectful order. A messenger arrives from a nearby municipality with a courteous request. They ask for copies of old registration forms related to addresses. The seal keeper provides the copies with a note about margins. He stamps the note and the copies in the correct corners. He binds them with cotton thread and seals the knot with wax. A pair of engineers visit to measure the platform roof span. The clerk brings a ladder and holds it steady while they check bolts. The engineers say the roof will receive new glazing before summer. The loudspeaker thanks travellers for patience during future works. The clerk imagines afternoon light falling kinder on waiting faces. Breathe out as if you were setting down a parcel after a long walk. Inhale slowly and let the shoulders cradle your breath without strain. Exhale until only ease remains in chest and throat together. One morning, a notice arrives from a mountain capital to the south. It speaks of a referendum that produced a change of state. It lists the date of recognition and the courteous forms of address. The clerk updates the board so routes reflect the new vocabulary. The seal keeper adds the new crest to his ledger index. A little later, a packet arrives concerning a province in the southwest. The paper describes administration under international oversight after difficult months. It instructs officers to respect travel documents bearing approved seals. It mentions that further status announcements will come by formal courier. The seal keeper underlines the instruction and marks the subject tab. He changes nothing else without a paper that carries the correct crest. The clerk replaces no names until envelopes tell him to do so. They speak in ordinary tones about trains that remain loyal to bread. Freight prefers dawn, he says, and the seal keeper smiles. They brew tea and let the leaves open at their own measured speed. Afternoons feel longer now that winter has walked away. The station cat sleeps on a timetable like a polite paperweight. The clerk writes to a supplier for fresh ribbons and punch cards. He orders the quieter loudspeaker model praised by neighbouring stations. The seal keeper orders new pads in black and a small ceremonial purple. Let the breath soften, as if reading a letter beside a quiet stove. Inhale with kindness and exhale with the slow arc of a pendulum. Allow the spine to lengthen and the eyes to enjoy their rest. Travellers begin to carry guidebooks that speak of new borders. The clerk answers their questions by pointing at arrows on the board. He explains that names sometimes come in pairs for a generous while. He encourages early arrival when connections depend on 2 offices. His tone remains calm, like river water under a short bridge. A journalist visits with a notebook and a voice that avoids drama. She asks about changes in travel since the latest agreements. The clerk speaks about minutes, platforms, and the logic of kitchens. He says mail still prefers dusk and markets still prefer sunrise. She writes that steadiness often lives in places that sell tickets. People laugh gently at that line when the paper reaches the town. The station staff clip the article and pin it on the notice board. The seal keeper stamps a copy for the municipal archive with care. He writes a small label that includes date and volume number. He files the label under public commentary and closes the drawer. Breathe out through the nose as if fog had lifted from the tracks. Inhale in a short sip, then exhale in a slow pour over stones. Keep the jaw easy and let the tongue rest high and light. The clerk receives an evening call about a timetable revision on Monday. He writes the changes in pencil to practice the new alignment. The changes make 2 connections shorter by 3 patient minutes. He smiles at the thought of tea arriving warmer in distant kitchens. The loudspeaker clears its throat politely and closes the day with gratitude. On another morning, envelopes bring news of a parliament in a coastal hall. The letter states that a territory has declared its independence. It includes guidance about seals, signatures, and respectful forms of address. The sealkeeper copies the language into his ledger and pauses. He places the new ribbon beside the familiar die and waits for instructions. The clerk receives parallel guidance about tickets and destination boards. He makes room for the new name without crossing out another. He writes both for a season to help travellers find their way. He keeps the chalk even and the arrows balanced in size. He knows eyes prefer fairness on boards during tender transitions. Let the shoulders drift downward again as breath finds its gentlest path. Imagine the small click of a stamp sealing a calm agreement. Let the belly rise, then soften on the long, warm exhale. Midweek brings school children on a class trip to watch the station. They count carriages and ask how many towns share this line. The clerk shows them the map and speaks in simple, careful words. He points out the river that threads markets from farm to port. He says maps change slowly when lines are respected in practice. The sealkeeper hands their teacher a mock certificate for memory. He stamps the corner lightly with a die meant for demonstrations. The children take turns making the stamping sound without force. The room fills with a steady rhythm that pleases any ledger. They leave with the soft excitement that belongs to organised rooms. In the late afternoon, 2 travellers ask about visiting a hillside monastery. The clerk marks a route that uses a short bus link after the train. He draws a small bell symbol to remind them about evening hours. The last return leaves when the bell has rung twice, he says. They thank him and fold the card like a careful letter from family. Rain arrives the next day and stays without arguments. The roof sheds water into gutters that remember older storms. The clerk places sawdust near the door to keep shoes from sliding. The sealkeeper dries each stamped page with a clean blotter. The loudspeaker speaks a little lower to harmonise with rainfall. Breathe with the rain for 3 easy rounds and enjoy their wait. Inhale to the count of a low bell, then exhale to another. Feel the chair like a good platform under steady boots and bags. The station calendar reaches a date tied to a coastal declaration. A second notice confirms that recognition varies among nearby states. The clerk writes the current practice for tickets without debate. The sealkeeper follows the memorandum regarding acceptable documents. They keep conversation in the register of hours and forms and rails. When fog lifts, a group arrives with luggage marked for a new capital. The clerk writes connections that avoid unnecessary waits between lines. He offers a card with both names so conductors can guide easily. The travellers nod and appreciate clarity more than ornament. The sealkeeper stamps travel confirmations with the usual neat pressure. Evening light returns to the platform as if polished behind clouds. The clerk oils the bell crank near the edge of the roof. He tests the pull and listens for the small mechanical assurance. He looks at the map and sees how lines hold despite new labels. He closes the ledger halfway, leaving room for tomorrow's first line. Let the breath float down like dusk across platforms and waiting rooms. Relax the eyes and notice how the face softens without trying. Place attention on the gentle rise and fall near the navel. Night workers tidy the office while the cat conducts a final patrol. The sealkeeper rewinds ribbons and sets the dies to rest. He locks the drawer and checks the window latch with a practiced hand. He and the clerk walk slowly to the end of the platform. They look along rails that run toward towns, learning new manners together. Somewhere far away, a signal changes from caution to quiet permission. A wind carries the faint echo of a whistle across low ground. The clerk hears in it a promise that belongs to kitchens and markets. The sealkeeper hears in it a duty that belongs to honest stamps. They turn back toward the office to prepare for morning envelopes. Morning brings a tray of envelopes tied with plain cotton thread. The clerk loosens the knot and sets the stack by date. The sealkeeper checks each crest before allowing paper to travel further. They keep silence while the loudspeaker warms with a soft breath. The day needs simple words and a reliable rhythm for trust. The first envelope contains a routine circular for border stations nearby. It clarifies ticket forms that list paired names for towns in transition. The clerk copies the example onto the board in steady chalk. He writes both names with a comma and no contesting article. The arrow points cleanly so eyes will read fairness before sound. The second envelope carries guidance for civil registries after recent declarations. The note instructs officers to honour travel documents with stated seals. It mentions past protectorate steps and current acceptance by designated desks. The sealkeeper underlines the acceptance line and notes the date. He places the circular beneath the ledger ribbon and closes gently. Let the breath slow as paper settles into a quiet stack. Inhale to a count that suits your chest without effort. Exhale longer and let shoulders drop as if guided by gravity. A teacher arrives with a class to learn about timetables and maps. The clerk greets them with a small smile and patient gestures. He shows how market towns share lines that respect older river routes. He explains that names change less quickly than bread or trains. The children nod when the loudspeaker demonstrates its courteous tone. "Which line is oldest?" one child asks with clear curiosity. The clerk taps the map where the river curls around hills. "Old routes follow water first, then stone, then paper," he says. The seal keeper adds that paper must never run ahead of trains. The children laugh softly and the teacher thanks them for calm clarity. Mid-morning brings a veteran with a tin box of family papers. He asks about a certificate issued decades ago under a different crest. The seal keeper reads the names and the dates without commentary. He stamps a confirmation that honours continuity across patient ledgers. The veteran places the box back with hands steady from long winters. Allow the jaw to soften while breath flows in through the nose. Feel the ribs widen and then fold inward like careful blinds. Let the tongue rest high without tension near the palate. A notice arrives from a city where many languages live together. It invites stations to post a shared sentence about respectful address. The clerk prints the sentence in 2 scripts and 1 simple translation. He chooses a plain type that refuses to shout or whisper. The loudspeaker reads the sentence once each morning until further instruction. By noon, the platform fills with travellers carrying practical questions. A grocer asks which connection protects fruit from afternoon heat. The clerk sends him through a short stop near a shaded buffet. "Sit by the north window and keep the crate under the table," he suggests. The grocer bows with a quiet gratitude of markets that keep promises. A nurse approaches with a folder for cross-border clinical training. She needs times that avoid unsafe night waits between lines. The clerk builds a route that touches a town with a warm hostel. He marks arrivals and departures in clean numbers and brief arrows. The seal keeper stamps her letter with slow pressure and lifts straight. Breathe out as if setting a small cup on a wooden sill. Inhale a little more deeply and let the shoulders follow. Exhale longer and feel the back broaden with easy support. A municipal courier brings a bound packet for district coordination. Inside lies a schedule for meetings about roadwork and rails. The dates extend through seasons that will test careful cooperation. The clerk pins the schedule on the office board between maps. The seal keeper copies the cover line into his index of agreements. In the afternoon, a journalist returns with a new notebook. She asks how people adjusted to paired names on the board. The clerk says that arrows help more than adjectives during change. He explains that travellers accept fairness when it looks evenly drawn. She smiles and writes that stations teach patience by lines and minutes. "Do people argue about pronunciations here?" she asks with interest. The clerk shrugs and points to the ticket window and bench. "Bread has the same warmth in every tongue," he answers softly. The seal keeper nods and sets a stamp upright on felt. The journalist holds the stamp at eye level and sketches its curve. Let breath grow quiet while attention rests on an imagined stamp. Inhale with ease, then let a long exhale lengthen the spine. Notice eyelids grow gentler, like lamps lowered before twilight. Late light brings 2 men carrying a rolled photograph of grandparents. They ask about a route that passes the town their family once left. The clerk traces a line that follows a river, then a short road. He marks a small bell icon for the church where records rest. The seal keeper suggests visiting on a weekday when offices are calm. Evening comes, and the station listens to rails cooling under sky. The cat lays near the ledger as if guarding a household book. The loudspeaker offers thanks for patience during modest renovations. The clerks of neighbouring stations trade brief notes about today's traffic. The seal keeper cleans the die with a cloth and a measured hand. That night, the clerk studies a slim folder of older dispatches. It contains telegrams kept from the years that broke a union. The lines speak sparsely about closures, escorts, and sudden changes. He reads them without judging distant rooms and voices. He returns the folder and sets a newer map upon the glass. Let breath meet the steady pace of turning pages without hurry. Inhale to the weight of a light envelope in your hand. Exhale to the sigh of wool sleeves against a wooden chair. Morning returns with frost leaving the grass in slow retreat. A small delegation arrives from a river town upstream. They present a request about harmonising station clocks by a standard. The clerk agrees and shows how minutes align across platforms. The sealkeeper writes a joint note that lists the exact hour. A retired engine driver visits with stories of mountain gradients. He speaks of winter sand, careful braking, and trusted whistles. He recalls wartime detours that still live in timetables today. The clerk listens and hears routes woven into a steadier weave. Lines remember both fear and kindness, the driver says with softness. At midday, the phone rings with a district call about signage. The new guidance confirms that paired names will continue through summer. The clerk thanks the voice and adds a line to the board. He adjusts spacing so each name rests without pushing. The silence that follows feels like a platform cleared of clutter. Breathe out slowly as quiet fills the room like warm tea. Inhale through the nose and feel the chest rise calm and smooth. Exhale longer and let attention settle toward the belly. A woman arrives carrying a folder of school approvals. She coordinates exchange students between towns with recent changes. The clerk proposes a route that tastes sunrise but avoids midnight. He highlights a station where volunteers greet new arrivals each week. The sealkeeper stamps a welcome letter that the school had prepared. A farmer brings a small parcel of herbs for the buffet. He asks if schedules will stay steady through harvest season. The clerk nods and points at posted maintenance dates. The farmer rests easier and leaves a bundle for the office kettle. The cat approves and curls around the leg of the desk. In the late afternoon, paper from a coastal city reaches the window. It repeats that recognitions differ, yet travel documents remain valid. It invites clerks to avoid commentary and use current forms. The sealkeeper repeats the guidance aloud without any emphasis. They both prefer instruction that respects rooms where bread is sliced. Let breath loosen the day's knots with 3 gentle rounds. Inhale on a count that feels kind to the lungs. Exhale as if a train were leaving with no need for hurry. Sun slides lower and the station wears a soft evening coat. Travellers grow fewer and voices gain a library hush. The clerk writes 3 postcards for distant offices along the line. He thanks them for accurate notices and clear map grids. The sealkeeper adds a tiny flourish to each official signature. Night brings rain that writes its own ledger on the roof. The loudspeaker lowers its volume until it resembles a breath. The clerk sweeps the platform and aligns the benches once more. He places a blotter under the ledger to protect the wood. The sealkeeper counts the dies and returns them to the satchel. They share tea while the clock ticks with patient certainty. The clerk observes that maps outlast speeches by simple endurance. The sealkeeper adds that seals outlive slogans by faithful repetition. People may change names, he says, but papers need dates and hours. They listen to rain as if reading an old calm paragraph together. Let your breath follow the tiny metronome of that steady clock. Inhale lightly and imagine steam lifting from a quiet cup. Exhale for longer and notice tension soften across the back. Morning again, and the train from the north arrives on time. A school group descends with notebooks and a list of questions. They ask where the first route in this region once began. The clerk points to the river and the old ferry crossing. He says trade routes shaped borders long before new labels tried. A boy asks why people say balkanization as if it were fate. The clerk chooses words that fit a classroom and a ticket hall. He says borders moved after empires weakened and delegates argued. He says the breaking came from structures failing across many desks. The sealkeeper adds that rooms like this one mend daily threads. The children thank them and write quietly while waiting for return. The loudspeaker announces a departure in 2 languages with balance. The clerk opens the gate and the group flows like orderly water. The platform empties and the station breathes in deeper peace. The cat claims a sunlit square near the timetable case. Let the breath settle the way sunlight squares a wooden floor. Inhale into the spaces behind the collarbones and pause briefly. Exhale down the spine like warm rain across a sloped roof. A parcel arrives from the archive with photos of earlier platforms. The images show different posters but the same cautious benches. They show coats from another century and hats without hurry. The clerk places 2 photos in a small public frame. The sealkeeper stamps the accession card and files the rest. A craftsman visits to fix the bell cord near the eaves. He oils the pulley and wipes the bell with a soft rag. He tests the pull and nods at the right kind of resonance. The clerk hears a tone that suits announcements without strain. He pays the invoice and writes thanks on the receipt corner. Toward evening, the district sends an invitation to a modest seminar. The topic is reconciliation through plain language in public rooms. The clerk volunteers to share their paired name practice for boards. The sealkeeper offers to demonstrate seating maps that ease crowds. They pack a small bag with cards, photos, and a spare die. Breathe out as the bag closes with a simple clasping sound. Inhale and feel a quiet readiness gather in chest and throat. Exhale longer and let the eyebrows smooth of their own accord. The seminar takes place in a town that remembers more than it says. The clerk speaks about fairness made visible in arrows and commas. The seal keeper shows how stamps can signal continuity without noise. A participant asks if stations can reduce anger by careful tone. The clerk answers that calm timing and accurate minutes change rooms. They return late to find the platform washed by moonlight. The cat performs a small ceremony of inspection and approval. The loudspeaker sleeps, and only the clock keeps its steady line. The clerk writes a short note for tomorrow's first announcement. He sets the chalk on felt and closes the chalkboard frame. Morning once more, and fog grazes the rails before dissolving. A final envelope arrives with a regional calendar for shared holidays. It lists observances across faiths and traditions in gentle order. The clerk posts the calendar at eye level near the window. The seal keeper stamps a courtesy copy for the municipal hall. Travellers read the calendar and recognise neighbours across lines. Some point to dates that touch their kitchens and prayers. The room holds a softness that records can sometimes allow. A porter brings fresh flowers to place beside the water cooler. The clerk thanks him and straightens the stems toward the light. Let breath lengthen as petals open inside an ordinary waiting room. Inhale to the thought of rails meeting at a respectful switch. Exhale like a whistle carried far and returned as plain wind. The afternoon train draws near with a tone that feels familiar. The clerk reviews tickets while the seal keeper checks the ledger. A boy from the morning returns to hand them a folded letter. It thanks the station for making strangers feel less alone. They place the letter under the paperweight shaped like a stone. A final task remains before lamps dim for the night again. The clerk updates the board with the next minor schedule change. He keeps spacing even and the arrows modestly balanced. The seal keeper enters the number of posted notices this week. They look around the office and note every item in its place. Outside, the town moves with a calm of steady chores. A baker scrapes flour from a table and resets the cloth. A teacher passes with a stack of exercise books under arm. A bus exhales once at the corner and rests without complaint. The river turns the same way it has always turned here. Breathe with that river for 3 gentle cycles of in and out. Inhale with kindness, then exhale like water taking the easier path. Let the chest become quiet and the face feel safe and unhurried. The clerk locks the window and tries the handle twice as usual. The seal keeper ties the satchel with the dies asleep inside. They step onto the platform where rails hold a long evening light. They hear no speeches, only a distant shunting and a bird. Their work remains the same, which is comfort after many calendars. They stand a moment and think about names written side by side. They think about kingdoms that became republics, then neighbours again. They think about wars that ended on papers after hard winters. They think about meals cooked at dawn for trains that never change. The loudspeaker clicks once, a small bow before silence returns. "See you in the morning," the clerk says with a calm smile. "Bring the purple ribbon," the seal keeper answers in a whisper. They walk back through the door and let it settle on the latch. Inside, the ledger waits with its first line ready for morning. Somewhere, a timetable folds and opens like a steady breath. We fold the map along the calm lines we trace through rivers and towns, then set it beside the lamp as platforms quiet. Names shifted and borders argued across centuries, yet bread was shared and trains kept their measured minutes. Clay on a patient wheel, stone under sandals, ink on ledgers, and seals pressed with care become the small anchors of a region that learns to breathe. Each overlooked task holds a thread, and that thread keeps many rooms together while night deepens. Let shoulders drop and the jaw soften. Inhale gently through the nose, then let the breath leave longer than it arrived. History keeps moving while rooms sleep, flowing like water beneath bridges that remember every step. We keep the map near, folded once, so morning can open a kinder line. If questions return, the compass waits, quiet and steady, pointing toward shared arrivals. "Good night, traveller," the room seems to say, as rails hum a low promise. Keep breathing, and let the story rest where the map will open.